We are live.
Are you recording?
Yes, it's on live stream and it's recording there. And
Usually
yes,
it
we're
says
good.
recording. Okay.
Mhm.
Seems people are joining. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you for being there. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your support. Today marks day 995 days of the most live streamed, the most documented genocide in history. 995 days of mass slaughter, destruction, extermination campaign on a whole people, a whole nation happening in front of the camera and in front of the whole world. This genocide has been the most documented genocide in history. We literally have mountains and mountains of evidence and documentation, the latest of which is the latest report by the Independent International Commission of Inquiry of the United Nations regarding the genocide and the intentional genocide of children in Palestine. Justice Moraldar will be joining us soon. We are trying to check. I think they have some technical problems, but he will be joining us soon to talk more about their report. For the meantime, we all need to sit with this milestone, tragic milestone. And as we all know, coming this July 3rd, which is this Friday, a few days from now, is going to be 1,000 days of genocide in Palestine. I think we as people, civil society, have been trying our best to bring the world attention to this, unfortunately with limited success now, because we know the genocide continues even after with the so-called ceasefire. So hopefully, after the discussion today and after hearing from Justice Moralidar, hopefully we will have developed new ways or mechanisms or brainstorm ideas what else we can do to put an end to this nightmare. And I know this is a very heavy time on all of us. And we, the people of the world, people of conscience who have been witnessing and witnesses to this genocide, have all been sick from genocide. The people of Palestine, the children, the adults, the mothers, the fathers, the grandfathers, the doctors, the nurses, the paramedics, the teachers, the professors, have been bearing the full brunt of this genocide. And they are exhausted too. And they continue to endure all these conditions. And they have been asking for the whole world to help. Unfortunately, with very, very disappointing and limited success. Again, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being there. Thank you for trying. And thank you for your feedback. We need your feedback. We need your ideas, your suggestions as to what else we can do to help and to create a better world where never again is never again for everyone, where genocide should never happen again, either in Palestine or in Sudan or in Congo or anywhere else in the world. We need to create a world where fascism is not acceptable here at home. The attack and the dehumanization of the immigrants and the minority communities, the attack on them is also genocidal. the attack on the LGBT community, the transgender, is genocidal. Their dehumanization, the rhetoric that our government, our officials, and unfortunately many of our institutions are participating in, is putting their lives at risk. So what is happening is not remote. It's not just in Palestine. If we allow it to happen in Palestine and continue in Palestine and Congo and Sudan, we should not be surprised that it's happening here at home, at our doorsteps. This is the time for the people, we the people of conscience, to do more. For the meantime, while we're waiting for Justice Muradar, I want to go with our colleague from Congo, Elvis Katato, because he's been also on the forefront, confronting the genocide, helping the victims in Congo. Elvis, if you are available, please go ahead and share with us any updates about the people there in Congo and also this latest attack of this deadly virus. Go ahead, Elvis.
Thank you very, very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Our greetings from Congo, from Goma, and thanks to all of you once again for giving us this opportunity to be here and to share our stories, to share our achievement, but also to give you an update on what is happening right now on the ground. As you know, we are heading to the end of the month of July, and we started this month with this outbreak of the virus, the Ebola virus, and the Congolese people on the ground by providing the means to be able to give them the protective gears, to reach to them, to give them information so that they can be protected well, they can know how to protect themselves. Yes, the numbers at one point didn't raise. Here we are talking about the numbers of people who died. It stopped at one point, and we start having people who were tested positive, and then they start getting better. So that was a good news. But the danger was we will still have a lot of people who didn't have access to hospitals or to clinics or to those points where they're supposed to go and get any support. And that was the challenge that many people were facing, and they still face those challenges till now. So as you can see, the story started to fade down when we reached, I think it was about 1,000 people infected and about 300 deaths. And then we start having those cases in France, cases in America. And then everything has gone quiet. It has gone quiet, but the impact still tangible. Borders are still closed, so there is no in and out for the population, so they are affected financially. They cannot do any trade, they cannot do any business. 2 days ago we had, and I can confirm that they opened the border, but only for the humanitarian workers and the people who were banking with the Rwandese financial institution, so that they can go, they can cross, deposit money or withdraw money and then come back. It is a sort of a good news because at least we know we are getting to the point where people can start moving freely once again, but the virus is still there. There is no cure, and right now there is less communication about what is happening. So that was the news throughout the month of June, and I can say on behalf of our friends from Let's Act Together, on behalf of the Ubuntu team, the Ubuntu DRC, we can say thanks to Dr. Against Genocide to help us with the means, with the grant to continue supporting our own people who didn't have a chance, who didn't have access to information, to protective gear, or even to the doctor who can treat them. So thank you very, very much on behalf of everyone on the ground, and we are hoping we will continue working alongside those lines. On the other side, on the security level, things are not okay. In the same month, we ended May with a massacre of a group of Pygmy. Pygmy are a local group or tribe in North Kivu, in Beni. They were killed by this IDF. IDF is a rebel group that is supported by Uganda. They came in, they killed the entire village, they burned houses, and no one reported. That was the last day of May. And on the night of the 2nd going to the 3rd, the same group, the same rebel group came and unalived more than 25 people. There was no media coverage. No one mentioned about what is happening. Sudden, and the things that we didn't lack, and we always call up the international media, the international community. On those two events, all the international media that we know from America, we've got the CNN, from the UK, the BBC, from France, RFI, all of them were in that region, but none of them mentioned the genocide of the Congolese people. They were all focusing on the Ebola because that was an agenda. They know they will gain something through those lines, but they forgot completely about the Congolese people who were killed. And it's a shame because even our government didn't even stop for a minute to recognize that people are still attacked and killed every single day. Moving to the town of Goma, the same month, I was following a story, trigger warning. I was following a story of a 7-year-old girl who was raped. And I went to the village where we were called to, and then they had to send me to a local hospital. When I arrived there, I spoke to the professional, to the doctor, and the first thing she said to me, yes, we know there was a young girl, 7 years old, who came to us. There is another 14 who is in the room right now. But if you want, we've got more than 50 young girls under the age of 18 who were raped in the last few months. That conversation didn't go past half an hour. On my way with the team out of the office, 54 young girls, victims, survivors of rape, were there waiting to talk to us. That was too much for us to cope with. And I told the team we have to withdraw ourselves a little bit and try to digest whatever is happening to us right now. It is not safe for us to come out and talk about what happened because we are in a territory that is controlled by a rebel group. And this is happening where they are in charge, where they are controlling. So we took some steps back. We stay in contact with the hospital. And now we are putting a plan on how we're going to start supporting them quietly, because if we bring the story out, it won't look good on them. It won't be safe for myself, for the team, and for everyone else who's going to be involved in helping those young girls. So that is something that happened. It is sad that we can continue witnessing the atrocity on young girls and women, and the world just decide to be quiet. Let me see if I can move to some at least good news. Thanks to Doug and all our friends, thanks to Doctor Against Genocide, thanks to our friends. We've got a group of friends who goes out on TikTok and Instagram. They do live to raise fund and awareness to support the work that we do. This month we were able to support the 2 houses that we run. The very first one is the the orphanage with 33 children, aged between 3 and 14. We provide food as always and any care needed. So thanks to Doug, part of the support that you are continuing giving to us, we were able to help feeding the children. They are all orphan. And there is a story about those children. Those children were in a displacement camp where we were based, and they were around 350. And we lost them when the rebels took the town of Goma. But the story is, those children come from this village that is well known, that is Rubaya. Rubaya produce 15% of the global coltan that we have on the market today. And those children that we are looking after, those 350 that we were supporting, who were malnourished and often we were supporting in a displacement camp, comes from a village where they were sitting on wealth, but they were pushed by the rebels group, by an armed group, to get out of their village so that they can extract the mineral, so that all of us can use our mobile phone. You know what those minerals are doing to the new technology. So it is sad, but thanks, because we are trying our best with your support to give them a chance to have a new life, to be kid. They just all finished school. They are very first year, so they were all registered to a local school, a local private school. The 33 went to school. Not a single child dropped. So we are very, very proud. We were able to give them shelter. We were able to give them food. They eat 3 times a day. When I remember when we were in the camp, they used to eat once every 2 or 3 days. Now they're sleeping in the house. They've got a mattress. They wear shoes as normal kids. They've got clean water. So thank you very, very much to you all, to everyone who support Doug, and to everyone who goes out there and fight for those children. The same month, with the same support, we were able to continue providing food to the young girls at the second house. The second house that support the young girls who were victims of sexual assault, the survivors, and their babies. So we were able to continue providing food, but also to pay some professional fees to counselors, to PSI, or to even the security, because where they are living, we've got a security team that has to look after for them, and also the team that look after the house. So thank you very, very much for that. And the next month, as I mentioned, we will be focusing on doing almost the same thing. We're going to support the 2 houses. We will go back to the hospitals, and I forgot to mention this. We're still going back to different local hospitals, and this time, what we did, we supported 3 local hospitals with a PPE kit because they didn't have a bucket or clean water or soap so that people can be washing their hands when they go in and out. So we managed to buy some stuff for them, and they are grateful, and we are also grateful. But also beside that, we went back to what we do every single day. We managed to pay to free 7 patients from the hospital. We managed to pay for 2 major surgery. And I think this is going to be the only amount I can mention in this webinar. The cost this month for the treatment and payment for the hospital bills and prescription went to around 2,300. So thank you very, very much, everyone. Thanks for the support that you are continuing showing to the Congolese people. Yes, today we can talk about Congo at the World Cup. We are very, very proud, but don't forget that the genocide is still continuing. Congolese people are still going through hard time. Men, women, boys, girls are still living in displacement. So thank you very much, everyone, and that is the update from me.
Thank you, Elvis. Thank you,
Thank you so much, Elvis.
Great work. Go ahead, Messi.
Oh, I just wanted to thank him. I mean, the last sentence you said don't forget the genocide is still ongoing. It seems that humans have a very easy way of forgetting, the same like with Gaza and the so-called ceasefire. And we're hearing like statements even from like humanitarian leaders, right? Saying, it's a ceasefire, it's not a crisis. Although the genocide continues in the same in Congo, Sudan, and it's good to be reminded that, where the focus should be. So thank you for bringing this up. It's very important to know that it's not over and our work is not done, and we need to continue to fight until we end it. That's the only solution. We need to end genocide. We need to end oppression and colonial systems that keep us trapped in vicious cycles, literally. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Elvis. Thank you for taking care of the children. Thank you for the good news. Thank you for making sure they have meals, they have home, they go to school. And thank you for sharing the good news about the World Cup. There is a country in Africa, I'm not sure the name of that country. Their greeting when they go around, when they meet each other, their greeting is, "How are the kids?" How are the kids? They don't say hello, they don't say marhaba or salam. Their greeting is, "How are the kids?" Because the learned wisdom of indigenous people is usually, if the kids are doing good, this means everything is okay. So how are the kids? How are the kids in Congo? Thank you, Elvis, for trying your best to take care of them. And I know they still need more help, and that genocide in Congo needs to stop. And we need to thank Justice Srinivasan for joining us now, because
Hello.
he also cares about the kids. So thank you, Justice Muralidhar, for taking care of the kids and be on the side of the kids. So it is our honor to welcome Justice Srinivasan Muralidhar, Chair of the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Palestine. Justice Muralidhar brings a lifetime of legal integrity, human rights commitment, and judicial courage. He now leads one of the most consequential investigations of our time. This latest Commission's report, the findings are devastating. They document not only isolated violations, but a pattern of deliberate harm against Palestinian children. Killing, maiming, starvation, displacement, psychological trauma, detention, sexual and gender-based violence, and the destruction of the systems that children need to survive. The report concludes that Israeli authorities and security forces have deliberately targeted Palestinian children, resulting in genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. It also places these findings within the broader context and legal reality already recognized by the ICJ that Israel's continued occupation is unlawful, illegal, and must end. For us as physicians, human rights advocates, and people of conscience, this report is not only a legal document, it is a moral indictment. It tells the world that Palestinian children are not collateral damage. They are being targeted as such, as children, as Palestinians, and as the future of their people. Justice Muralidhar, thank you for your courage. Thank you for your clarity.
Thank you.
Your commitment to truth and accountability. We are honored to have you. Floor is yours. Please share with us any remarks you have about this very crucial report that we are grateful as human beings, as human of conscience all over the world, for the hard work that you put into this report. Go ahead.
What struck me most this time when working on this report with the entire team was that some of the fundamental principles on which the edifice of international humanitarian law is built, that has been completely violated with great impunity. To give you an example, in times of hostilities, the international humanitarian law requires that medical facilities are not attacked. Anyone waving a white flag is not attacked. An ambulance is not attacked. Doctors are not killed. Nurses are not killed. This is the very basis on which humanitarian law works. We've had the histories of World Wars I, II, and so many other wars that we have seen. There is a time, even in the midst of hostilities, when one raises a a white flag, or you find a red cross on a vehicle, that is an indication for you that it is not a legitimate target. Whereas here, what we found was that itself became the target. We have recorded instances of a child holding a white flag and the child is shot in cold blood. So, this is something which is extraordinary. That is, you deliberately, I mean, it requires a kind of sadism, I would say, to deliberately target medical facilities. This is not collateral damage. When we say that 5 out of 6 pediatric hospitals are completely demolished, neonatal care facilities are completely demolished, we can't dismiss this off as incidental to the hostilities. The excuse that Hamas was using some of these facilities to shelter their activities or their, cadre cannot mean that you wipe away children of Palestine. There has to be what we call a proportionate response. So, even from terms of proportionality, we found this in complete violation of the norms of international human rights law and international humanitarian law. This time, all of us, the 3 commissioners, we held oral hearings in Geneva for a very specific purpose. That was to get first-hand accounts from doctors who had treated these patients. I must share with you that although as professionals, and I am being a lawyer myself, we have to bring to bear some degree of professionalism whereby we do not react emotionally to the task before us. But I can imagine how challenging it was for the doctors when I heard their depositions. 2 of them broke down before us even while recounting what they had encountered in Gaza while visiting there for providing treatment after 7th October 2023. One of them said that, a child is brought in with people screaming brain matter out. This was an indication to the doctor, not that the child requires urgent treatment, that there is no point in treating that child whose brain matter you can see, because there are so many other children who have to be saved, whereas this child cannot be saved. And this doctor was beside herself saying, as a medical professional, I have to choose not to save a life. And this was the biggest dilemma she faced. The second thing she pointed out, and which was very, very moving, was that a baby is brought before you with injured limbs. You're asked to amputate, and there is no anesthesia. So she had to amputate on several occasions limbs as a doctor, practicing medical doctor without anesthesia. And she said the screams of those babies and children will continue to haunt me for the rest of my life. So, what we have subjected ourselves to by enforced silence in the midst of this level of cruelty is trying to routinize cruelty. As a whole world community, we sit around, we hear these stories. These are first-hand accounts of doctors themselves. And then we're trying to find legal terms. We are saying, okay, this reflects the genocidal intent against the Palestinian people. Fair enough. We have said that in our report. We've said that this is in complete corroboration of what this commission said in September 2025. But at the end of the day, there is some question we have to ask ourselves. Is all this corroding even some part of humanity within ourselves? Are we able to just sit around, express outrage, express condemnation, as professionals, feel helpless. The three doctors who spoke to the commission actually were alarmed because they were rendered helpless. They wanted to go back to treat. They were prevented by the Israeli authorities from entering Gaza again. Some of them went twice, some went thrice, but that's it. Once I think Israeli state realized that meaningful medical assistance can come, they actually actively prevented it. So this is something that has no definition. If you ask me, there is a limit to violation of humanitarian law, but this I think crosses limits. Which is why when we made a presentation to the Security Council this time of our report, I was a bit astonished to hear the Security Council members ask us as Commission members what the Security Council can do. I must point out the Security Council today has 15 countries. It has the permanent 5 and it has 10 other countries by invitation. Of the permanent 5, US and Russia did not attend the meeting. All the other 13 attended. Some of them asked this question. So my response to the Security Council was this: can we not, as a world, as a 193, 194 member United Nations, cannot we agree on one or two basic principles? Principle number 1, no child in this world should die of starvation. Principle number 2, no child in this world should die for want of medical help. Can we not agree on two basic humanitarian principles? Keep these humanitarian principles outside geopolitics, outside politics. How is a Palestinian child who's defenseless and unarmed supposed to answer for the sins committed against a certain community during World War II? What kind of justice is this? Nobody's condoning what happened during World War II. It is a horrific event which humankind can never ever live down. As long as humanity exists, that will be the darkest spot in our human history, undoubted. But for meeting justice to a wronged population, do you create another tragedy? Do you create another tragedy which can only render injustice? And who should pay the price for this? Some defenseless, unarmed Palestinian children? Do we need court orders? Do we need court orders to say this child needs urgent medical evacuation for treatment? Is it not so obvious? So these are the very disturbing questions that we as a commission are encountering, have encountered, and have expressed our anguish in this report. But our recommendations to the member states is precisely this. While we do have, steps to take for, proceeding with judicial proceedings in the International Court of Justice or International Criminal Court or our domestic courts, humanitarian aid in Gaza cannot brook any delay. We cannot watch a Palestinian population, slowly die right in front of our eyes. I'm sorry, I'm a bit strong in my emotions right now, but you can understand because having watched some of these things at very close quarters, after listening to those doctors, one can't but feel that the time to act is really now.
Thank you, Justice Moralgo, for this powerful testimony. Maisa, are you there? Who's speaking?
I just feel like, this is, you apologize for the emotion, and to me, it's like exact opposite. It's so refreshing to see emotion from somebody like you, right? Like with that level of authority and not hiding behind neutrality and professionalism to dilute a matter that is so outraging. And the time to act should have been 1,000 days ago, actually over 100 years ago. This atrocity should have never happened. The Nakba should have never happened to the Palestinian people. And no, thank you for your humanity. Like, this is not something that we should be used to witnessing and feeling neutral about it. It's
That's
not
right.
the right response. Outrage and sadness and devastation is the appropriate emotion. So thank you for that. And we honor that truly, thank you. And as a Palestinian who's currently in Palestine, I feel this is absolutely what we want to hear. So thank you.
So, yes, thank you again. I'm a Palestinian too. I'm currently in the United States. We really appreciate this. We appreciate your courage, your voice, your humanity, and your integrity. And as you said, anger and outrage is the least emotion that we can have in the face of this mass slaughter, mass attack on children and humanity, and most live stream genocide in history. Today marks, unfortunately, day 995 of the genocide since October 7. 995 days of the most live streamed and documented genocide in the history of humankind while the world is watching. This genocide is not only documented by the victims, by the lawyers, by the judges, by the doctors, it's documented by the perpetrators themselves. This never happened before. The perpetrators themselves are filming themselves committing these crimes and enjoying it and having fun. And whether they are soldiers, whether they are the media, whether they are the leaders in Israel, they explicitly from day one said, we want to commit a genocide. I mean, they themselves are telling us from day one, from October 9th, we will shut it down, no water, no electricity, human animals, we're going to kill them all, we're going to level Gaza. Never in history a perpetrator of genocide will admit this. So I don't know what is the world, what is the international system, the ICC, the ICJ are waiting for. It's not like we have a lack of evidence. The evidence is beyond overwhelming. It's beyond documented. Just listen to them. They're not even denying it. Just listen to the perpetrators themselves. You see them on social media taking videos in their public appearances as leaders, as ministers. We're not talking about just low-level people. As prime ministers, as head of states, their media, their universities, their systems, their doctors. Their doctors called to bomb their colleagues, the hospitals. Their doctors are experimenting on the hostages, on the detainees there. Their doctors are torturing. They are part of the torture. Their doctors are part of the starvation. It's a whole society that just gone wrong and gone mad, and they are not ashamed of it. They're not apologizing. The only thing is they think that they are exceptional because, for whatever reason, because they enjoyed immunity for 100 years, because whatever they happened for them before as victims, that they can never be the aggressor and the perpetrator this time. And unfortunately, the world and the major powers are allowing it. And I mean, it's really surprising, Justice Muralidar. I mean, you go to the Security Council, that is supposedly the highest authority in the whole world. They are, I mean, Security Council was established for this. And they telling you there is nothing we can do. I mean, who can do it then? I mean,
Exactly. Exactly.
go ahead.
Then I also asked them, I said, you as a Security Council have endorsed the Board of Peace. Why didn't you ask the Board of Peace to act? I said, can we make our presentation to the Board of Peace? Can that move the Board of Peace? Because every time hear this phrase, political compulsions. How can the rights of a child be subject to political compulsions? How can we were all ratified the Child Rights Convention. How can we let politics prevail over the rights of a child? So I think somewhere they must be prepared to listen. They must be prepared to act. They must be prepared to set aside politics. And I told them, your own people, the people of all our countries, have expressed themselves. Otherwise, how do you explain one wave of flotilla activists goes in, they are blocked. The second wave comes in, they are blocked. The third wave comes in, which means individual human beings across the world are feeling that outrage. They are saying if our countries cannot act, it does not mean that we don't want to act. This is a very strong message by the people to their own member states, to their own countries. And it is high time these countries heeded the voice of the people. I mean, we have said all this before the Security Council. It is now, you know, it's just a hope that something moves them.
So, as members of Security Council or even like members of the United Nations, like, and they know they have a duty to act. They know that it's not like ambiguous or it's not so vague.
Exactly.
And they still ask, what can we do? That's just to me the utter failure.
Yes, exactly.
Utter failure. And they need to know this is utter failure. Like, I don't understand. Like, how can the world continue to go on with atrocities, not just in Palestine, in Congo, in Sudan, in other
Exactly.
communities, the Rohingya communities? How can we go on
Correct.
pretending
Correct.
that everything is okay and then ask the question with all this audacity, what can we do? Like, they should be, what's the
Yes.
word? Like, fired from this position? Like, what should they do? Resign. Go and hide under a rock. Like, literally.
So let's go back to the report. So Justice Muraladar, for this report,
Yes.
the most important finding in this latest report that the world is still failing to understand about Palestinian children, in your opinion?
Yes. See, the world has to wake up to the fact that this can happen anywhere in the world. You ignore it today, you say, no, I have other pressing needs for my country and my children. It can happen to your country tomorrow. You need a world community, you need a process. Why did all the countries come together for the Geneva Conventions? The expectation was the horrific events of World War II will not get repeated. Innocent people will not pay the price for wars that one state may wage against the other. That there will be some decency and some norms. And that is why all countries came together. They set up these mechanisms. They then set up the International Court of Justice. They then set up the International Criminal Court. Many countries still do need these mechanisms. Today, I was speaking to the Indian media. I gave them the example of one Indian soldier who's captured in Pakistan and brought to trial in Pakistan. The body that the Indian government sought to go to with that complaint was the International Court of Justice. So when it does affect you as a country, you do go to the International Court of Justice. Can you say, as long as the ICJ gives me decisions in my favor, which I want implementation, I will respect these mechanisms? But when South Africa gets orders against Israel from the same ICJ, I will not bother about the non-implementation of those orders. How can we have two standards? Some orders of the ICJ will be implemented, some will not. This is the testing time for the United Nations. And I made a very strong pitch before the Security Council. I said generations of children, the present generations of children, will judge you. They will say that the United Nations was silent when 2 generations of Palestinian children were sought to be exterminated. And history will not forgive us. History will not forgive us for what we are doing to the Palestinian children.
Yeah. For our colleagues here, panelists, anyone who has questions for Justice Muraladar, please prepare them. Be ready with your questions. I mean, and in this case, what does accountability looks like? In the face of these reports.
So actually, they're on several fronts, Doctor. One is that apart from the ICJ, these are long-drawn processes. These cannot give immediate relief. In fact, those interim measures of ICJ are themselves being violated with impunity by the state of Israel. But individual countries can act. They're all treaty parties to those international conventions. The ICCPR, the Child Rights Convention, and so on. They don't need anything else to act. If the national of their country has served on the Israeli Defense Forces and that national is back in the country, you have an obligation in international human rights law to investigate the role of that person in these atrocities and to prosecute if you find there is a case against such person. This is an obligation under international human rights law. And we have listed out several such instances. In para 356 of our report, we've named the battalion, we've named the troops that were actually involved in specific incidents. And this commission has evidence with it about the individual involvement of soldiers, commanders, some of whom could be nationals of other countries. So if those countries are serious enough to want to investigate and then prosecute, they can seek the assistance of our commission. So the accountability mechanisms are there. Then, of course, there are sanctions. You can stop supply of arms to Israel. There are many countries supplying arms to Israel. There are many countries having trade deals with Israel. They can even make that conditional. They can say, allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, and then we can continue our trade deal. You can have conditions. These are countries far more economically affluent, perhaps more powerful than Israel. Why do these countries have to, find hamstrung, find it impossible? This is something that I'm unable to understand.
Thank you, Justice. I have a few questions for you. First, I'm going to go
Yes.
with Maribeth. She has her hands up. Maribeth, do you have any questions for our guest?
Hi, I have a few, but I'll kind of start with, I think, a pervasive question about this UN Security Council.
Can you
Is
introduce yourself, please, to the
oh,
guest?
hi, I'm Mary Beth Brownlee. I'm a brand new doctor. So are there no stipulations in the UN that now that the UN has found this report, established it of itself, that would then codify or clarify the role of individual members of the UN Security Council such that it renders their vote invalid, unwanted, unmeaningful anyway?
Yeah, what you're asking is logical, is rational.
Shame on
This
me
is
then.
how anybody would react, right? Why would you have a system where you have one veto given to one superpower, which can frustrate any reasonable resolution placed? This is where geopolitics comes in. You have one of the P5, permanent five, which can veto the rest. So even if you want to pull up individual member states, you need to have the Security Council's resolution for that. And that is not going to happen in this kind of circumstances because it's the elephant in the room. And every grouping we went to the European Union, we made our presentation. We went to the Conference of Islamic Countries, Organization of Islamic Countries, OIC. Everywhere, the phrase we heard was political compulsions. I mean, there has to be a line drawn somewhere. You see, this is the testing time for the countries of the United Nations. If they don't want the system to fail, they have to find a way to act. I can only share your frustration because at least you did not speak to the Security Council, but I spoke to them. And I still feel that, they're just refusing to do the obvious.
Well, and so I guess that's kind of my question. They're refusing to do the obvious based on the United States continually vetoing it. And even at the inception of the UN, if this was not a problem that would have been foreseen at the time, why cannot the larger UN body now start to develop a process for when that system fails internally?
So the larger UN body has to be truly independent, right? You need those countries not to be dependent on the US, for instance, not to be dependent on any of the P5 members. But that's not how geopolitics works. Even within the Organization of Islamic Countries, you have many of those countries sitting on that Board of Peace. They are unable to convene a meeting of that Board of Peace. The whole rationale for creating that Board of Peace was to provide humanitarian aid in Gaza. We now know that it's close to a farce. Nothing is happening. And when I asked the Organization of Islamic Countries, why aren't you raising this before the Board of Peace? I was met with silence. So each of the countries seem to have political compulsions why they will not raise it, while they will not, ask the United States, how is this even just?
Thank you, Justice, for your profound answers. That question was from Dr. Maribeth Brownlee from Pennsylvania. Our next question is from Dr. Phil Brewer from Connecticut, United States, an emergency room doctor for decades. Dr. Brewer?
Thank you. And thank you so much for being with us today. This is incredibly valuable to hear you speak and to be able to ask you questions. My question is a little convoluted, but I'll just go ahead and put it. In American jurisprudence, there's a principle or tradition of creating a record, which has a legal significance, that term, creating a record. And I don't know if that's the case in other legal systems, but I presume that it is, at least in most of them. And so, what you said about the futility, to some extent, of your appearances at the Security Council, you are at the very least establishing a legal record.
Yes.
And I think that's important because under the terms of the Geneva Conventions, which were passed in 1949, finally ratified, it doesn't create an army or a police force, but it does require the signatory countries to pass laws to uphold the principles of the Geneva Conventions. And those countries have. And so now here's my question. The Hind Rajab Foundation has given itself, I think, as their main task, identifying individuals from countries around the world who have gone to Gaza and actively participated in the genocide. They have sought indictments I know in Canada, I believe in the Netherlands, and I'm sure elsewhere. And to date, I don't think any of those requests have been honored. And I wanted to see what your remarks and thoughts about that are. Thank you so much.
No, it's a very valid question because as I was mentioning earlier, there are three kinds of violations we've pointed out: war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. So genocide does not require any further order of a judicial body for a country to take action. So in para 356, when we've named all the battalions, we have the names of individuals who participated. And let's say the Hind Rajab Foundation filed a case in Canada. The courts in Canada can ask for this commission to share the evidence it has with those mechanisms. And this is to only trigger investigation there. It may not straightaway result in a prosecution, but that's the first step. And this commission is willing to share the evidence it has gathered vis-a-vis these individuals and their acts. So I think public pressure, because it is possible, as you said, that although proceedings are instituted, that country for political compulsions may not allow the proceedings to go further. But I think public pressure has to be brought upon the governments in these individual countries to say, this is genocide, this is a person who's participated in genocide. We want a full investigation and we want prosecution. So I think in some small measure, the mood, in fact, this is something that the European Union states told us. The mood on the ground has changed. Earlier, people were afraid of being labeled anti-Semitic if they spoke anything in favor of Palestine. I mean, this was the binary that has gone on for too long. It is now being realized that merely because you are saying that children of Palestine were being harmed, you don't become anti-Semitic. So the mood on the ground has changed. I think we should build on the momentum right now, which is there, because this report, I must share with all of you, has found huge traction across the world. It's a reaction that we ourselves did not anticipate. Coming as I do from India, the reaction in India has been overwhelming. People are outraged. People are wondering why the Indian government is silent. And I'm sure this is true of many countries too. I think we should now build on this momentum. We should generate the critical mass of public opinion that puts tremendous pressures on our individual governments to act. So, this is the way forward. We should be able to call out the activities of our governments aiding and abetting Israel's war on Palestine, Israel's genocide, Israel's targeting of children. We should be able to call it out. And if we do that, I think some movement forward we can see.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, with your permission, can I log out? No, if there are more questions, please go ahead.
There's
Yeah,
two more
please.
questions. Two more
There are a
questions.
couple of questions.
Please,
Maybe
please.
Yipeng,
Please,
Yipeng.
go ahead. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for taking on this role and task. It is a difficult one, but a really important one. My name is Yipeng. I'm a family doctor based on unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory, also known as Ottawa, Canada. My question is about the planned visit of Israel's National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, to the United Nations headquarters in New York City in the United States on July 7th and 8th, I believe, which is just over a week away. I'm wondering your thoughts about this planned visit, the responsibilities of the United States, the responsibility of New York City, the responsibility of the United Nations and its headquarters to host Israel's national safety or security minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, at this particular time. Thank you.
You know, again, one would have expected US as a host nation to act responsibly and assist in taking the orders and warrants issued by international adjudicatory mechanisms to its logical end. But the opposite is happening, and you know it very well. They have sanctioned the International Criminal Court judges. Those judges cannot enter the US. Those judges cannot access their bank accounts. They've imposed sanctions against a special rapporteur. So far from actually aiding in enforcing accountability, the United States will do the opposite. We can almost believe they will do the opposite. They will allow the Israeli defense minister to come to make his statement and to go away unscathed. And this is a problem that we have. And, again, this can only come through concerted public pressure, people's opinion. And this is because we are talking with about a very powerful entity. And that entity which knows it calls the shots. You see, United States is supposed to contribute 40% of the UN budget. And the US has stopped contributing. As a result, the UN is in a tremendous financial crisis. So somebody asked me some time ago, why is the UN not unable to do? Why are the other countries not able to do? The functioning of UN, and I think there is a structural flaw here. How can you allow one country to control 40% of your financial budget as a UN? They should have never agreed to this kind of a model. But that is what we have. So today, UN does not contribute, US does not contribute. China delays its contribution till a point that it's meaningless. For the budget for the entire year, China gives its share sometime in November, when it's too little time for you to spend. and then you have to return it to China unspent because it released it. So there's some flaw in the way the UN is structured on these critical issues. So today, US is able to control so much of the functioning of the UN, despite which, this is what I'm saying, despite which there are some mechanisms, including our Commission of Inquiry, which are unafraid to continue their mandate despite all the challenges. We were supposed to have a staff of 26. This commission has got a staff of just 12. And there's a danger that this might also reduce. If the budget doesn't come, we may not be able to extend the contracts of some of them. Despite all of this, somewhere the work done by all of us, the mandate holders and the commissions, has helped in documenting the crimes against humanity, crimes of genocide and war crimes. And it is only public pressure world over that can ensure that these findings are carried to the logical end. Let us not look for individual instances of Israel's defense minister, this and that. Ultimately, the perpetrators have to be brought to book. And concerted action is required. A consistent concerted action is required for this.
Thank you so much for your time, Justice. And I think the report got so much traction because of its honest and simple language. It didn't, it's not clinical, it's real.
Exactly.
So, no hiding the truth. The truth speaks very loudly in the report. So we really appreciate that, and we will use it in our advocacy all over the world. I have one final question for you, and you gave us so much time, and for that we appreciate you. There has been a lot of talk about the Uniting for Peace resolution, which is a resolution that the General Assembly can enact if the Security Council is in a deadlock. We have been asked as an organization to support this. We tried it. There were several organizations pushing for it. Nothing really came out of it. And my question for you is, what is your thinking on this measure? Is it worth pursuing, or is it just an unbinding position?
No, it's worth pursuing. See, it is ultimately represents voices of people. Let's not give up any effort. You do not know that you started this move in this generation. Maybe the succeeding generations will do it better than we do. Maybe we are not able to persuade all our colleagues, everyone around us, but someone in the future generations will. For them, it is important to know what we did. Our grandchildren will be talking about what did all of our grandparent generation do when this was happening in Gaza, right? Let us tell them that this is what we tried to do. Sometimes we may succeed, sometimes we may fail, but we should not be accused of not doing. And some of us who are unafraid to speak should continue to speak. And I can tell you, as a body of doctors, you are very inspirational for us. You go beyond your call of duty. You do what is required to save humankind. So let us inspire each other. Let us pick up courage from each other. Let us be unafraid to speak. Let us not be afraid to fail. Our effort is very important. So let's keep on with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. And thank you for your time. Our webinar goes on and on and on. You are welcome to stay with us, but I am sure you have 100 things to do. So thank you.
Yeah, it's close to 11 p.m. in India. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But I heard people in India like to stay up late at night. So
no, I do, but still.
It's too late.
Yes. Okay.
So
Thank you so much.
We
Thank you.
appreciate you. And you, I mean, Justice, before you go, we want to let you know that you got our back, our full support, our full appreciation. We, the people of conscience in India, in the United States, in Palestine, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, all over the world, got your back. We appreciate what you provided, and we promise you that we will take it everywhere, and we will keep pushing, and that we, the people of good conscience all over the world, will create a better world where Israel, as a genocidal state, does not have the impunity to continue its crimes, where the United States and the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council will not continue to take or hijack the world for their own interests. We, the people, say no and we refuse. And if all what we have from these international institutions came after World War II and the Holocaust and the lessons that humanity learned from them, we think that this is an inflection point to take all of this a step further. And
Perfectly said.
and the permanent members and create a better world where every human being, wherever they are treated the same. Thank you. Thank you, Justice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Wow, that was great. Inspiring and empowering. We really need to take and do leverage this report. John, you've been quiet. Any reflections on what we heard? I know the justice left because it's late there, but we need to discuss this a little bit more. Anyone has any reflections? What can we do, guys? Especially that it's coming on the 1,000 day of genocide timeline too. Go ahead, John.
Well, to hear him say it's not so important that it has an immediate effect that we all wish it had, but that every little bit counts, and that what we do today, we may see success in our lifetime, but we may have to pass it on to the next generation. The important thing is not to give up. You never lose until you give up. And that's not an easy thing to do day in and day out. But this webinar keeps finding these amazing people all around the world who keep trying with us. So we can all take heart in that.
Yeah, can I say something?
So you never lose until you give up, and we will never give up. Thank you, John. That is the wisdom of the day. Yes, Dr. Swiyang.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in a mess, I'm doing it from my phone. Just in case I can't get to talk to you because of software failure, I just want to tell you I've got a small piece of very good news. The British Medical Association is 200,000 strong. It has been for years being captured by the Zionists. That was the organization who silenced me last year. But today, just last week, we have voted out the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism so that cannot be levied on health workers anymore. Now, that is a very small victory. There'll be a big pushback, I'm sure. But can you imagine? We never dreamed that we can actually pass a motion to torpedo the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Because from there, you can work on many things. So that we know that nobody in the health services can be accused of being anti-Semitic when they criticize Israel. So anti-Semitism is not the criticism of Israel anymore, where the health workers are concerned. I just want to leave you this piece of good news. It's a small victory, but I think we can see the beginning.
Thank you, Dr. Swiyang, and thank you for bringing this up. I think the justice brought that up. The use of the accusation of anti-Semitism to silence people who are speaking up against the genocide. So in a way, the accusations of anti-Semitism have been, and they are proven now, that they are a weapon of genocide.
Yes, it's genocide denial.
Anyone who accuses you of anti-Semitism are using it as a tool of genocide. They are committing genocide. Anyone who accuses any one of us, those who are speaking up against the genocide, are actually committing genocide. It is a tool of genocide to silence people, to give them the coverage to continue their genocide. Gur, are you with us, Gur? Do you want to share anything? I think Gur, maybe his connection is not. Anyone else has any reflections on what we heard from Justice Muralidhar? Any other feedback, guys?
I think what the justice shared, and it actually goes in line with a lot of the other reports, a lot of the opinions, like for example, Francesca Albanese says this all the time, that, you know, law is a tool in the toolkit. It's really not going to change the world, like just by looking at law for solutions. And things change when the people actually put pressure on their governments. And I think this is what we're hearing every week from all the speakers, is that nothing's going to change unless we create that critical mass. Like the people power is what's going to change the system. And I think whenever we feel helpless, we need to kind of remind ourselves that this is what we need to do. We need to do more, and we need to refuse the apathy and the despair, and then resort to action. And we have to do it. We have to try every avenue. Like in Canada, we can try to sue the government, like if we have to, like, right? Like every government has a responsibility to do something. And if they're not doing it, then we need to hold them accountable. And I think that accountability piece needs to be stronger from all of us. So I think we need to think of creative ways to engage more people in this, in action, in advocacy, and in this work. That's just what I'm reflecting on.
Yeah, I agree. As you said, law is an inert object. It's just something written on paper. Law does not do anything if there's no enforcement. And enforcement usually does not happen if there's no people will behind it. That's why we, the people, with the pressure, advocacy, pressure on our governments, civil society, medical organizations, judges, legal authorities, we have to keep the pressure. I think the law was described once as a sail. The sail itself, putting a sail on the boat, does not do anything. You need the wind to move the boat. And depending where the direction of wind is coming, the boat will go either in the right direction or in the wrong direction. Unfortunately, we have the United States and Israel and all these major powers now all pushing for this sail to go in their direction, which is the wrong direction, the direction that is against humanity, that exploits all of us, not just in Palestine, here at home and all over the world. And it is up to us to put enough pressure on the other side to make the law, whether domestic law or international law, be at the service of the people, and to demand and ensure that there is enforceability of these laws. And for the record, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, these are crimes that do not go away with time. These are eternal crimes. Anyone who committed with these crimes, this will never go away from them. So we have to keep the pressure. As John said, if we don't succeed today and tomorrow, we have to keep fighting. And I know it's not easy, and any one of us, all of us, sometimes feel discouraged. But whenever you feel discouraged, please be in this groups like this, because we all have our ups and downs. But together, we will keep the momentum. We will keep moving. So thank you, everyone. We're going to come back and discuss this. If you remember any other reflections or any takeaways from this report, what else we can do to elevate it and pressure it on our institutions, especially the medical and, I think the AMA and all the medical organizations at this point, they should be ashamed of themselves. The American Pediatric Association should be ashamed of themselves when you have reports after reports about genocide, intentional crimes against children, and they continue to be silent. I think it is time to go again against these organizations with new petitions, new pressure, because we have now ample evidence and documentations by independent, experienced people to document all these crimes. For now, we're going to go to Dr. Ala Abu Arab and his student Huda, who had a great research and work on prosthesis and the people victims of amputations in Gaza. Ala, are you there with us?
I'm here حبيبي كيفك حكيم؟
أهلا وسهلا, أهلا Ala. So I'm not going to introduce you or introduce Huda. Please introduce yourself, introduce Huda, and tell us what you want to share with us today.
I'm able to share my screen, right? Okay,
Yes,
good.
sure.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum to everybody. It's good to be here on the weekly webinar, and I'm gonna piggyback on a lot of what just was said. I'm Ala, I'm Abu Arab. I might look familiar to a lot of you. I'm Imad's twin brother.
Are you Imad twin or older or younger brother?
I'm Imad's younger twin brother. How about that?
Younger twin brother.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 minutes.
See you.
I am an occupational therapist. I am an educator, anti-pressure consultant, and a lot of occupational therapy programs now are requiring you to get a doctorate degree to practice. And with that doctorate degree, you're told to do a capstone project, a lot similar to a thesis project. And because of my past work, one of the students out there got a hold of me as an idea to look at amputees, sudden amputees, acquired disability of people in Gaza during the genocide, and talking about how we're reaching all of these people on these weekly webinars. This is a really tangible example of what that might look like as we look at disability, as we look at the sequela of genocide. And Huda reached out to me, and I'll let Huda collaborate on this story as well. As someone she felt could support her, I had no idea who she was. We were complete strangers. And she trusted herself and her instinct, reached out to me about doing a project. And we started to brainstorm, and she wanted to interview sudden amputees, traumatic amputees in Gaza. And because of these weekly webinars, because of my engagement with DAG, it was DAG's members that got us in contact with these participants in Gaza. And so you don't know how much these webinars and this education and the monthly Hill visits do all the time. And we oftentimes leave moments of activism with despair and loneliness and sort of what if, or did we do that enough, or did we not? When we hear these tangible stories, it really does carry us to the next week and the next week and the next week. Huda, if you want to share a couple of things, and then she has a pre-recorded capstone project that she did, and it's about a 5 to 6 minute presentation. And I'll share that here after she's done introducing herself. So Huda, you can go ahead.
Yes, assalamu alaikum, guys. My name is Huda
I'm sorry,
Zidan.
Dr. Zidan, newly acquired.
Not yet. My name is Huda Zidan. I just graduated from Rutgers in the occupational therapy doctorate program. It was a very, tough journey, and I was targeted many times for being Palestinian and the only Muslim in my class. And I found out who Dr. Ala was, and I just have to say that I would not have been able to do any of this without him. So he's really been my rock, throughout this whole thing.
I love you too. So I'm gonna share it, and then we will leave up after we're done some questions to Huda and I, and then we can go from there.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
So while Ala is sharing or preparing to share this, where are you, Huda?
I'm in New Jersey.
Okay, New Jersey. Okay, you finished from
Yes.
Rutgers occupational therapy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I just finished this May studying for my boards.
Okay, good luck with the boards. I'm sure
Thank you.
you're more than qualified, mashallah.
Please let me know anybody if you guys can't hear or it's not working, okay?
We don't hear the voice, but we
My
see
name is Huda Zidan, and my doctoral capstone explores occupational engagement among adults with traumatic limb amputations in Gaza, focusing on how occupation is experienced under ongoing environmental and systemic constraint. I approach this work as both an occupational therapy doctoral student and as a Palestinian, with lived and intergenerational connections that shape how I understand occupation, resilience, and constraint. This informed a reflexive approach, where I remained aware that participants' experiences are diverse, while still grounding interpretation and cultural understanding. Participants were recruited using a purposive sampling approach through community networks.
I'm going to stop really quickly because I want to do a little preface to to some of the jargon that we might see in occupational therapy and occupational science. When we look at occupation as occupational therapists, I mean, as a Lebanese, I see occupation as the devil, right? But as a therapist and a clinician, we see occupation as your engagement in meaningful activities, whatever that might look like. Basic things like self-care, toileting, going to the restroom, feeding yourself, dressing yourself, to more higher level cognitive tasks like driving or rearing kids or whatever it is that we feel meaningful in our engagement. Hobbies and sex and everything that we entail, how we occupy our time on a daily basis every day, and what we do that is meaningful to us. That's what we see as occupation. And so you'll hear Huda in her presentation talk about occupation and occupational deprivation, which is something for us to sort of think about and reflect. Is the inability to engage in what is meaningful to you, and in this case, because of genocide. And so I just wanted to preface that so we can kind of be clear about some of the jargon and how that might look.
Conducted semi-structured interviews in Arabic, allowing participants to express themselves authentically. Interviews were transcribed and translated by me, with careful attention to preserving meaning, tone, and cultural nuance. This process extended beyond data collection to prioritizing accuracy, cultural integrity, and participant voice. The literature consistently shows that adults with amputations in Gaza experience disrupted rehabilitation access, loss of roles, and long-term physical and psychological challenges. At a systems level, conditions include damaged healthcare infrastructure, restricted mobility, and little to no access to prosthetics and follow-up care, all a result of the long-standing structural barriers that prevent meaningful participation. This project addresses a critical gap in occupational therapy literature. While existing research emphasizes clinical outcomes and rehabilitation access, there is limited understanding of how individuals actually live, adapt, and engage in daily occupations within these conditions. This study was guided by community-based rehabilitation and the doing, being, becoming, and belonging frameworks. Together, they provided both a systems-level and individual-level lens to examine occupation. These frameworks directly shaped my interview questions, coding process, and interpretation, allowing occupation to be understood as contextually shaped and structurally constrained. The findings show that occupation is not absent. It is constrained, restructured, and continuously negotiated. Participants described disrupted routines and prolonged inactivity, where daily occupations are no longer purposeful. Instead, they become time-filling and survival-based, and daily life is shaped by uncertainty rather than choice. This was captured in a shared phrase: everyone is sitting at their doorway. This reflects collective occupation shaped by constraint, where engagement is limited but not absent. Participants experience loss of provider roles, environmental barriers, and healthcare disruption, as well as increased dependence on others for mobility, including needing to be carried due to stairs, impacting dignity and mental health. Because of this, they remained in place, stating that they would rather stay where they are than burden others. At the same time, identity was continuously reconstructed as participants adapted to changes in their roles, abilities, and everyday occupations. They also described the loss of being able to physically prostrate in prayer as one of the most meaningful losses, highlighting how occupation is not only functional, but deeply embodied and tied to identity and faith. National identity was experienced as generational and carried across time, where participants described continuing daily routines and ways of living shaped by those before them, adapting these practices to persist despite ongoing disruption. Faith played a central role in meaning-making, endurance, and continued participation, with participants expressing steadfast contentment, often describing their experiences as part of God's wisdom and a test they were chosen to overcome. However, it is critical to note that occupation persisted through adaptation within what is possible, efforts to remain engaged despite limitation, and sustaining identity through daily actions. Occupation in this context becomes not just activity, but a way of remaining, enduring, and continuing, reflecting both resilience and resistance. These findings challenge traditional occupational therapy practice. Rather than focusing on independence alone, practice must be contextually grounded, address environmental and systemic barriers, and support participation based on what is realistically possible. This aligns with CBR and DBBB, emphasizing participation through environmental, social, and structural pathways, not solely individual rehabilitation. Ultimately, occupation is reframed as both adaptive and resistant, where everyday participation sustains identity, presence, and continuity. In conclusion, occupation under occupation is not defined by absence, but by adaptation, persistence, and meaning within constraint. It is not lost, but continuously reshaped, negotiated, and sustained. These findings call for a shift toward justice-oriented, context-responsive occupational therapy practice that centers lived experience.
Thank you again, Huda, for that. It's one of the proudest moments of my life.
Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it.
Yeah, as a clinician and
Wow.
educator, this is full circle. It's amazing. Thank you.
It's amazing. I like that phrase, occupation under occupation. Huda, congratulations. My background is
Thank you
physical
so
therapy.
much.
That was my first degree. And I also went to Rutgers, and I moved out of Rutgers when September 11 happened. So I can relate somewhat to what you're going through.
Mhm.
But congratulations. And I think it's amazing. I think like I would say across all health disciplines, how much prevalence this contextualizing is, right? It's
Absolutely.
no longer sufficient
Mhm.
to accept the Western, notion of health, like that
Mhm.
that context and what it means to be under occupation. And I love your work on steadfastness, not only as resilience but also resistance. And identity assertion is so powerful. So congratulations. And
Thank you.
so
Thank
much
you.
for
Yes.
sharing this
All
with
those
us.
terms you mentioned are definitely, tied to being a Palestinian. You can't talk about, the Palestinian people without mentioning like their courage and their strength and their faith and everything. And like the most common theme among, the 6 participants who I spoke to all said that they're content with what happened. And it's just, their faith that allows them to move every day.
Mm-hmm. And that's very Gaza unique too. Like that's such a Gaza response. We hear it from our colleagues. I'm also Palestinian, by the way, from the
Yes.
West Bank.
Okay.
But I find the Gaza definition of resilience so powerful, and
Absolutely.
it's not acceptance in the passive term, but it's accepting that test and raising up to the occasion and being the best version of themselves. So thank you for highlighting it.
Of course. Thank you.
What's your plan now?
I'm studying for my boards now. I'm inshallah planning to go to Gaza maybe next year.
Inshallah.
But as I'm now just, processing all these years of being in school. I've been in school for so many years. This is my 4th degree. So I'm finally done. And yeah, and then applying for jobs in the fall, inshallah.
Mabruk.
Thank you. Allah yabarak feek, habibti. Thank you.
Nala, it's good to see you again, and thank you
Yeah,
so much
likewise.
for
No, thank
sharing
you.
this with us.
Thank you. No, and it means a lot to share this. And I talked about this at the conference about the whitewashing of disability, very similar to how we see the Zionist Hasbara sort of whitewash all forms of oppression to tailor how they can benefit from it all. And this is part of it. So there's a huge whitewashing in disability research, in recovery and rehabilitation, and it's down the board. So even when we were in school, when I was in school, I should say, 20-some years ago, a lot of the literature would cite Israeli occupation forces as case studies for trauma amputations or psychological issues like PTSD, centering sort of that whiteness in a form of genocide. And so when she reached out to me saying, I need to do this, I want to do this, and the fact that she felt comfortable with me doing that reiterates sort of that what we're doing is important and that we're reaching people that we might not know that we're reaching, and people are listening if they might not think so. And it's powerful. It's really powerful. And just thinking about, like growing up here as a first generation, I had to balance both cultures. But when we listen to these participants' responses to sort of daily needs and daily things, and when you add the culture aspect of it, the community, the Jawa, the Ummah, it really sort of like enhances it just enhances the trauma, because like you think about it in a very simplistic way and it's like, this really fucking sucks. Like this is shitty. And like Huda can talk about this, but there was a phrase that a lot of them said was "وقف حد الباب," or sitting by my door. And they all had the same sort of
Yes.
"Adu
Yeah.
or something like that. Like you can go ahead and talk about that if you want to, Huda.
Right. Yeah. All six of them said that their resilience and their resistance and the most like resistance occupation that they performed was sitting at their doorstep. That despite, what happened, even if all their homes, of course, were torn and destructed, and a few of them were living in tents, but they all said we're still showing our resilience through the occupation of sitting at our doorway. So that was a common theme.
Yeah, it's powerful.
Yeah. Mhm.
Any questions, concerns, anything that we love to answer.
So I think next month is going to be the National Disability Month, and actually we are joining forces with few disability groups. When we go to DC to our advocacy, you're both welcome to join us for this.
Oh, thank you,
And
Dr. Ivan.
what's that?
I just said thank you.
Thank you, Huda. So please
Mhm.
join us. And as
Inshallah.
Huda mentioned, there's a lot of whitewashing in the literature and stuff like that. And also there's a huge silence among the major disability groups in the United States and the West, the same as there's silence and complicity from the other medical organizations, other medical associations, which is very disappointing. So the problem, it seems at heart, the problem is racism, which manifests in educational spaces, in academic spaces, and also at the UN and the United Nations Security Council. Because if what is happening in Palestine or Sudan or Congo is happening in any other country, you will see that the United Nations Security Council will have teeth, that the American Disability Association will have a voice, that the American Medical Organization will have a voice. We know they all jumped in, rightly so, when the situation of Ukraine unfolded. But they have all been silent and complicit, and many times even supportive, will continue to support the crimes and the genocide committed in Palestine. So thank you, Huda. Thank you, Ala. Keep educating us, keep exposing all these double standards, all these explicit or implicit racist approaches, whether in academia or any other space. And again, I know it's not an easy task, but we have to keep speaking up. We have to keep exposing them. We have to keep mobilizing people and educating people and raising the awareness, because not everyone knows. And while you are in this space, maybe you can notice all these, maybe some hidden agendas they have. The general public might not know that. So every voice, every word, every documentation of this does help raise the awareness. And it's, even if we get one person at a time, even if it takes years to fix this, we have to do it, because it is our humanity at stake, our universal values at stake, our planet at stake, and we cannot leave it to those who are exploiting it for the benefit of the few and the supremacy of certain people and certain ethnicities or colors. So thank you, Ala. Thank you, Huda, and please welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
DAG is your home. You're welcome to be with us anytime, to hear and to listen and to contribute. And again, the more of us are there, the smarter we become, the stronger we become. We are always stronger together, and we welcome any voice, any human being, any skill that we can add to the movement. Any questions for Ala and for Huda? But first of all, I think we all congratulate Huda for her graduation. Can we give her yes, that's for Huda.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Huda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Despite it all,
Of
you
course.
graduated. Yes.
Alhamdulillah, yes.
غصبت عنهم وجكر فيهم.
طبعا أكيد.
اللي مش عاجبه يبلط البحر ويروح يشرب بحر غزة. برافو برافو يا هدى.
Thank you.
Ala, thank you.
تسلم
Thank you
شكرا.
for your help and your work. I appreciate
أهلا
it.
وسهلا. يا أهلا
I think
وسهلا.
Ahmad is busy with visiting the Ecuadorian team and stuff like that in
Yeah,
Ohio.
the World Cup. Yeah.
That, yeah, he has roots there.
Yeah. Yeah.
He
Thank you
will
guys
join
very
us,
much.
inshallah, next
Good to
week.
see everybody.
Thank you, Ala. Guys, any feedback? Any comments overall about what we did today so far? Any? Okay. Then let's talk.
We have a lot of questions actually in the Q&A. I don't know
Yeah,
if we want to
go
go
ahead.
through them, but
Sure.
there was a
Yeah.
question about accountability. Let's see if I can get that. And it's a good question. But I think this moment actually requires a little bit of self-leadership, to be honest. I don't think it's people are not acting for the lack of education, information. I think they're just not acting because they forget that they have agency and they are waiting for somebody to lead. But I think, we see this weekly webinar as a way for us to all come together and be accountable collectively. And I think this is why you see a lot of the same faces on the panel. We hold each other accountable. And I think we want to encourage everyone listening to this to apply that same level of accountability to our own actions, but also encourage other people to join and be the force of change, right? Like, don't wait for somebody to tap you on the shoulder and give you that. We really need to advocate for a better world, and I can't emphasize this enough. Like, we all have agency. We really need to take our future in our hands and demand a better future for our children and our grandchildren and for humanity in general. So this will be my invitation to everyone.
Yes. Thank you, Mason.
Mhm.
Now, as we mentioned earlier, this coming Friday, July 3rd, is going to be 1,000 days of the genocide in Gaza, on top of a whole century before that. But at least this is the latest, most violent phase. 1,000 days of every crime under the sun being committed all at once, using the most sophisticated and lethal weapons in the world, and with the support of the world major countries that continue to support Israel now. We are in touch with our colleagues in Gaza, and they are planning multiple activities, going to be a few days long or a week long kind of action and campaign. On our side here, we're inviting other organizations, other people to join. We're holding a press conference on Thursday, 11 a.m. 11 a.m. So please join us. It's going to be 11 a.m. Eastern time, and it's going to be 6 p.m. Gaza time. We will be joined by colleagues from Gaza, different sectors in Gaza, for them to share the situation they are enduring now after 1,000 days of genocide. We're going to try to have major speakers or anyone who wants to speak join us in this press conference, but it's not going to be just a press conference. It's going to be hopefully started with a press conference, but it's going to be maybe a week long or more of campaigning to increase the advocacy and awareness and try to, building on this report that we just heard from Justice Muraridar, build more momentum and bring more accountability. So please think what else we can do, how we can make this impactful. Bring your ideas, your suggestions, your flyers, your designs. Contact your circles, invite your politicians, invite your contacts, any influencer, anyone you know who can add value to this. Please invite them. Again, as human beings, as civil society, as healthcare workers, that's the least we can do, is to keep the pressure up, to increase the advocacy, the awareness, and try to get more and more people involved as possible. And one special person who is also a healthcare worker just joined us now. She's famous, she's a celebrity, but we are not. But we're really happy to see her and hear from her. That is nurse practitioner Jennifer Koenig. I'm not going to introduce you, Jennifer, because I want you to introduce yourself, but we are really grateful that you are here with us. And we want you to know one thing. We're all behind you. We got your back as colleagues, as doctors, as human beings, as Americans. We got all our support. And we are sorry that we did not step in earlier to support you. We know it's been a rough journey for you, but thank God for people like you, and thank you for being you. And now,
Oh, thank you.
please
So
introduce yourself.
sweet. Well, firstly, thank you for having me come and speak with you guys. Yeah, I'm a nurse practitioner in New York, and also I was a ER nurse before that, and I'm still a certified sexual assault forensic examiner, and that's like the first job that I got fired from. That was in like May or June of 2024 that I lost that job at Mount Sinai, and the district attorney's office like came after me basically. But yeah, I still have my nurse practitioner license. I'm not using it right now. I mean, up until April, I was seeing patients, but right now I'm not. I guess the latest is the Zionist assault has turned their focus onto going after my board certification and license. I didn't really think that that was going to be an issue for me because I thought that as far as like getting my license, something happening to my license, it has to be a patient that makes a complaint against you. And I really didn't see that how that was possible for my nurse practitioner license, but for the board certification, it's like completely different. So actually I found a stream of some Zionist the other day, and he was saying online that he was the one that galvanized everyone and got them all to call and email and speak to the American Nurses Credentialing Center, which is like part of the ANA, and did a whole campaign and sent them all of my media platforms. That's kind of like what I'm doing now more is YouTube and Instagram or whatever. So I guess they sent them everything. And now I thankfully was able to find an attorney or a legal law firm to help me with this, because it took a long time, actually. It took almost a month for me to find an attorney who would represent me. And it's not for lack of trying. I think I probably spoke to like 20 attorneys. And it was just happenstance that I was able to find someone that like was not afraid of being associated with me, number one, and had experience in that specialty and, supported Palestine. So yeah, that's where I am. Nisar Law Firm is representing me and helping me, and they submitted a response to this crazy complaint I received from the ANA, and that was just this week. So that's the latest. But thanks for having me.
Thank you, Jennifer. So yeah, we are sorry that you're going through this, and yes, it does take a lot to go under someone's license or board certification. Usually, if you commit something unethical, if you are breach of your profession, if you committed a crime against a patient or something like that, yeah, that can be ground for investigation of your license. But for them to go against you just for your advocacy, that is something outside your profession. You did not claim you are a nurse or a nurse practitioner when you were advocating for this, and for just saying no to genocide, expose the criminals, the war criminals who are committing genocides and who are proud to have killed children and raped children and starved children.
Yeah.
I really think, I mean, I know it's a low bar, but honestly, your advocacy is, advocating for the rights of a human being, for life, for justice,
Yeah.
against genocide. This is what nursing is, this is what medicine is, this is what healthcare is, this is part of our job. Actually, if you don't advocate, it should be the other way around. If you don't
Yeah.
advocate for the victims, in these cases, all kinds of victims, you are betraying your profession.
Well, that's
So
kind
it
of
seems,
emblematic of
go
the
ahead, yeah.
entire Western medical establishment. Like, it's just, I think from the start of this most recent onslaught on Gaza in October of 2023, I basically didn't know anyone that was advocating. And I was still I was working as a registered nurse. Like, it's just, it's so disgusting. And there's only one group of quote unquote victims that matter. And yeah, it's been a journey, definitely. Getting my sexual assault forensic examiner role like taken from me, basically over advocating for victims, you know, it's like, I mean, but I live in New York City, so it's just, you know, it's like next level here. And yeah, that's what they said in the complaint against me, like their code of conduct, like the first 12 points are all about your practice and ethics and all these, you know, reasonable grounds for an investigation. But the point that they're making against me is that I just acted in a manner unbecoming to the nursing profession. So that just means, I guess, whatever they want it to mean. Like,
You know, Jennifer, as I'm listening to you, first of all, thank you for your courage and your moral clarity. And what I'm thinking about is that it's so easy to isolate you when not enough nurses are doing the same. I think what we need to figure out is, how do we get more nurses? How do we get more health practitioners, workers to advocate for the equal rights for health for everyone? I think the reason why they can isolate you is that you're one of not too many, right? Like you're alone, like advocate in this jungle of Western medicine that is, like you said, it's based on colonial systems that are not really advocating for equal rights. And they wouldn't be able to isolate you if it was the majority of nurses speaking up. That's the problem in this healthcare sector, is that it's not the majority, and we haven't reached the critical mass. And I think that's part of what we're trying to do at DAG, is to bring as many people into the conversation, to make this the norm. Advocacy for equal health, advocacy for humanity should be the norm, and it shouldn't be punished. But we're not there yet. And that's the real work, is to get as many people to not only be aware, but to have that same courage that you display, so that the cost to you as an individual is not as steep. But we thank you and we appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they make, like, obviously not just nursing, but all healthcare workers in these establishments, and it's getting worse and worse, of just being completely subservient to, you know, the system. And with the advent of AI, and just, you know, people really feel like their jobs are on the line more and more. So I mean, it's understandable, I guess, why people wouldn't speak up, but it was, the more that we don't speak up, the worse that it's just going to get for all of us.
Jennifer, that's Martha. I'm a fellow NP, and I just wanted to thank you also for your courage in speaking up. And I was wondering if any of the nurse practitioner associations, you're in New York State?
New York City.
New York City. If they had you've had any dealings with them?
Actually, no. I don't even know what nurse practitioner organizations. I guess I'm pretty like disconnected from a lot of those groups, so I don't know. Yeah.
Martha, do you think that would be helpful?
I'm just wondering about, yeah, I mean, I don't know how helpful it would be. I mean, it's just another place to pressure. I've sent letters to the ones in Massachusetts, but I have not even got a response. So I'm not suggesting it's going to be fruitful.
Yeah, I do have a friend who has gone, you know, like we've all gone through repression, I think, for speaking up, but Hessan Jabber, you guys probably know her. The nurse, she said that she was gonna like help me like write a letter and get people to sign on. You know, I mean, whatever is gonna happen is gonna happen. I think that these like the ANA or whatever, ANCC, I'm sure they already made up their mind what they're gonna do. So but that doesn't mean that we won't advocate and just, you know, continue to expose them. But yeah.
I think I mean, what your presence in social media and what you've done I think it's been super helpful in everything counts like that. And I think as we've seen and felt that, I think the things are shifting. And
Hopefully.
so did the
Yeah.
person from the UN mention that even within the UN, it feels like things are shifting, but I think it all matters.
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, things are shifting in New York politically for sure with the primary results. I mean, we just need
Absolutely.
more of it. And like now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to keep up the hope, definitely. But I mean, I don't think that I'm gonna be able to. I mean, it's fine, you know. Like I'm blessed in that things are that I'm not like so reliant on an NP job that I'm like destitute or whatever. But I don't think that I would be able to get hired in New York ever again, like definitely as a RN or NP. But yeah. I mean, it's so Zionist here, so it's just like next level.
Thank you so much for your courage.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Anybody who has questions and comments for Jennifer?
I feel like Jennifer's only the second time I've heard of like an actual board going after the healthcare worker, like on the physician side, right? The retaliation is like losing your job, but the only so you might have seen it on social media like several months ago, but there was an emergency medicine doctor who had a similar experience where ultimately the American Board of Emergency Medicine threatened his board certification
over
because
Palestine.
well, over all of these complaints. So similar to
Like,
you, his name's Sam Shikali. He's on Instagram, but they started out similar to you, where they would call in complaints to its hospital. They investigated, found no merit, and then ultimately someone who knew someone on the American Board of Emergency Medicine like submitted complaints, and they actually, it's the screenshots and the letters are on his Instagram page. If you take a look, but they actually threatened his board certification as a physician, and he had to fight it. And ultimately they were unsuccessful, but very similar, kind of vague. In his case, they tried to say his, anti-genocide advocacy was anti-Semitism, but it had no merit. There was no patient harm or anything like that. And it did take a while, but usually the retaliation, you are really, I think, the only second person I've heard of where they're actually going after your board certification. So very interesting. And it makes it a little bit more difficult figuring out who can support you, because with Dr. Shikali's case, I think CARE Chicago did a lot with him behind the scenes, and ultimately he was successful. The board did back down, but I mean, it's insane to think about that. And now the nurse practitioner board is going after your certification, and it's a dangerous precedent.
Right, exactly.
I wish you had more support, because if they're going to threaten something you work so hard for on something vague that has like, what does that mean? Conduct unbecoming. That could be weaponized against anything.
Yeah, it's a dangerous precedent, and it has nothing to do with like your practice and your patient encounters, and
and that should terrify nurses and nurse practitioners everywhere. This should warrant so much union support for you. And like on the physician side, we've always been envious of the power and the strength of nursing unions, and they're really being short-sighted if they think political weaponization of your certification in this one instance is not going to set a precedent for this to happen to other nurse practitioners. It could be done for anything. Conduct unbecoming. What's next? Criticizing a sitting president is conduct unbecoming of a nurse practitioner. I mean, it's wild. But check out Dr. Shikali's Instagram, because you're the first nurse I've heard of having the board come after, and he was the first doctor. Usually they just fire us.
I wonder too if Mandami would come to bat.
I mean, I would be surprised, but
I they would probably,
Or they may
I wouldn't hold
classify
my
him
breath.
as,
I wouldn't hold my breath
Yeah.
because they would probably like cast it as him wading into the middle of like some healthcare medical system
Mhm.
issue that he should not interfere in. But you know, this is really insane to me though, that you know, you should have so much nursing union support for this. I mean, the impression
I mean,
is the
it's a
doctors.
testament to how much they've cratered, you know, union strength, not just in New York, but across the country. So,
Yeah, I mean,
but I mean,
you're being punished for the thing that, you know, everyone always says, that nurses are so much kinder than doctors are, right? You guys are the ones that are advocating for the patients, you know, and
yeah, I don't
usually we're
know.
not as warm, but I
Like,
mean,
are
and now
we
you're being
as
punished for it.
healthcare workers not allowed to have social media? Like, is that kind of also the precedent that they want to set? And we have to be quote unquote professional. Like, what is professional, honestly? Like,
It's always been a vague term
yeah,
used to kind of keep people in line, you
yeah.
know, on professionalism, you know, but in this case, it's just, I'm sorry you're going through it. And, you know, you are a well-known face out there in the healthcare advocacy space. So.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
So conduct unbecoming of a healthcare professional is like being silent on a genocide,
Exactly.
complicit in genocide,
Exactly.
supporting a genocide,
Yeah.
shielding an entity that is committing genocide, asking your genocidal army to target hospitals and bomb hospitals. That
Yeah.
is very unbecoming of being a doctor or a healthcare professional.
Oh my
Torturing
God.
hostages,
Mhm.
torturing children, starving hostages, very unbecoming. So, I mean, they are honestly, I mean, they are giving us more and more ammunition against them. As they say, every accusation is an admission. They are committing all these crimes and they just want to project them on us. And again, Jennifer, please welcome. We have, consider this home, a group. We are hundreds and thousands of healthcare professionals, nurses, paramedics, pharmacists, doctors, all kind. So consider this to be your home, your community, and we are all here for you. Whatever we can do to help, please. And most importantly, stay strong and stay brave. And we are proud of you. Dr.
Of
Iman,
course.
you have a question?
I think Dr. Fida Wishah is with us and she
Hi.
has a comment.
Yeah, Iman had a question or Fida, either one. I don't know who was first. Iman, do you hear us? Oh, you're muted, Iman. Iman, you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
I just had a quick comment for Jennifer. We were working with the folks from National Nurses United. I don't know if they could be helpful because they've just been very much on the same page with us. I think they're like the
Okay.
largest nurses union. So you know, maybe we could give you the contact person there and see
Yeah,
if they
sure.
might be able to give you some direction. I have to look to see if I can
Thank
find the
you.
info, but maybe I can go through Nadal or Karama
Yeah,
to connect
we have the
you with
WhatsApp
them.
group. Yeah, we have the WhatsApp group
Yeah.
with them. Thank you for reminding us. That's
Okay.
actually a good
Yeah.
suggestion.
No worries.
Yeah, we will contact. And okay, I think we will email you if you can email also. Can you email your contact to info@doctorsagainstgenocide.org, Jennifer, please? So
Yeah.
it's easier. Yeah, if you can send us an email so we have a contact with you
Okay.
and send you their
I have
name
her email.
connect you with them. Fida, Dr. Fida Ushah. Oh, Fida
Hey,
has been through this too. Are you there?
yeah, can you hear me?
Tafadhali, yeah.
Hi, how are you? And first of all, I really appreciate what you're doing, Jennifer. Like Maisa said, I think we need more in the healthcare that speaks up like this. So I was, you guys can't see me, right? I don't know how to put it. But yeah, I was in 2021, I was targeted by a Zionist group. I'm a pediatric radiologist, and basically within 24 hours, I was asked to leave. I was terminated.
Wow.
They did not question me, nothing. They had just already made their decision, you know. At that time, I felt like, you know, that's the end of my career. They were actually going after my medical license. I worked with CARE. It took about 2 years. I had a lawsuit against them. It took 2 years, but eventually we got settled. You know, they paid me a bullshit salary, like worth of 3 months. But basically, I was resigned instead of terminated. So nothing went on my record. And honestly, now I have the best job. I have a way better job. So my point is never give up. I'm a pediatric radiologist. I work with 2 children's hospitals. I told them now I'm still very vocal for Palestine. If you like this, you like it. If you don't, that's fine. So that didn't stop me. That will never stop me. Also, there was like speaking of, being more vocal in medical conferences. There is a medical conference called the Pediatric Society of, or like the Society of Pediatric Radiology, which is like the biggest, radiology committee. And for years after what happened to me, I was kind of like, scared to go because, like there is my name on the internet and I don't know how they look at me. But I decided to go this year. And the main, reasons why I wanted to go is to discuss the genocide. And I had said, like, I went in front of 100 of peoples and I said the word genocide. And after that, like, I was actually surprised. Many of the physicians came and spoke to me privately. They said that we need more people like this. So I feel like there is a shift happening. It's not like, you probably want to see more of it now, but at least there is a shift. So I think my point is just don't give up.
Okay.
What you're doing is, admirable. And I wish that there are more people like you. If you want to work with CARE, I think they're reasonable. I was ready to fight more, but I was happy with the results. But yeah, CARE I think is a good way to, approach, I guess.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for sharing your story too. You've been through hell. I mean, they put you through hell, but I mean, it has landed you in a better place for it.
I mean, that means that you're making a difference. So
Yeah,
you should be
yeah.
proud.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
Jennifer, you have a cat?
I have 2 cats actually.
Yes. What are
Yeah.
show us your cat?
Oh, this is Butters.
Oh wow, it looks like our Fiji. Okay.
Yeah, she loves attention, so that's probably why she wanted to say hi.
So I did watch your interview with Dr. Mimi Sayed, and she was
Oh,
about the
okay.
report about her recent publication, and I realized you're an expert in drones. Do you want to
Oh,
tell more
from that
about that?
article,
Tell us.
I became an
Tell us more
expert.
about that, please. How do you
Well,
tell us?
there's I think basically 5 different categories of drones. The first 2, maybe like they're more like old school drones, but in the past they've needed teams to operate them. But now the drones that they're using are quote unquote like single soldier drones. So it's literally just like anyone can operate it essentially. And the ones for the most part that they're using in Gaza are small drones that are equipped with like snipers or like bomblets or things of that nature. And the forensic analysis that Dr. Mimi did with 2 other co-authors, one of them is he's a weapons expert. He used to work at the Pentagon. And then the other one is a former like State Department official. And he gave the legal analysis, but basically they went over 5 different cases. All of these cases were from Mimi's firsthand experience of her tours in Gaza, and they were 5 child cases, all shot by drones. So, and they were able to forensically determine and forensically prove that it was a drone quadcopter that shot these children because of the angle of the bullet. If there's a regular gunshot wound, like the angle is going to be very different than when it's coming from a drone, obviously. And the types of injuries that they're seeing obviously are much more devastating. And a lot of times the bullets are getting stuck in the victim because they have more tissue to pass through. They're not just going straight through. And that, along obviously with the destruction of the healthcare infrastructure there, it's just incredibly devastating. So that's what I learned from her paper, and it's really great. And they outline the 5 different cases at the end, and they have the CT scans of the cases, but then they were also able to do like these AI or I don't know, like AI drawings essentially of the injuries as well. So I think the paper is, I mean, obviously there's like an incredible body of evidence already of Israel targeting children, but this forensic analysis is special in the way that she was able to get a weapons expert and a legal analysis along with the medical analysis.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Dr. Sweang, I think I saw your hand early on. Did you still have anything to share, comment?
Yeah, I do actually. But because of my software failure, I realized that Dr. Habib is on the call and he has just spent 3 days and many days before at the BMA ARM conference. Maybe he can update us on, we have huge numbers of doctors being deregistered, taken to GMC and so on. So probably it will be good for him to say something about his experience. Habib, are you there?
I am. So yeah, hi.
Can you say something? Because I got a software failure. So you can't see me, you can't hear me. Okay.
Sure. I hope I'm not on my laptop at the moment, so I'm trying to be as still as I can.
We see you, we hear you just fine. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, as you are probably aware, the BMA is the largest professional organisation representing the medical profession in the UK. So it's an official trade union. So at the annual representative meeting, any democratically passed motions are legally binding on the union to take forward. And last year there were some major advances made to fight back against the forces of Zionism within medicine in the UK, which from what Jennifer was saying it's been similar to that in the UK, but I would say that the force is waning. We had further successes this week with several motions that we got passed. So, I'll first start with a motion I think hasn't been given quite as much attention, but we got a motion passed whereby the BMA would provide support to refugee doctors to make sure that they get given equal standing to local doctors. It's not that we don't actually have that many doctors who come to the UK on refugee status, but I think every one of those counts, and of course a lot of those will come from Palestine as well. I would say that the major wins, and certainly the one that's been given the biggest, the two that have been given the biggest amount of attention, have been related to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. Do you want me to run through this, or I think it's been discussed before on the DAG stream, hasn't it?
No, I only briefly mentioned it. So if you would clarify what's it all about, because I think at the root of all our failure to move forward is this fear of being called an anti-Semite.
Yeah, I think that is it. I think that is at the heart of it. It's and particularly for as Jennifer was discussing as well, for healthcare professionals, it's extremely damaging to be accused of any kind of conduct, which and of course professional bodies can unilaterally determine what is or is not appropriate. In fact, there was an interesting case a few years ago, a climate activist called Sarah Ben, and I shan't go through the whole case, but one of the crucial points that was used by the General Medical Council in the UK to convict her was to say that her behaviour would be considered unacceptable by the public. They don't poll the public when they make these decisions. And indeed, when Pulse magazine, which is an online GP magazine, it's very, very popular, it's got quite a wide reach in the UK, they then ran a public poll asking people, what do you think of what she did? And I think it was about 90% of the respondents thought that they completely supported her. So that this whole idea that somehow a professional body determines, often the body is not even comprised in the majority of professionals, but they will determine what is not appropriate. And of course, all of these lobbying groups, they then aim to get their definitions and their interests represented. And that's really what the IHRA has been all about. It's an extremely flawed a piece of work. It's very easily accessible online. I'd encourage anyone who has the opportunity to do so to have a quick look at it. It claims simultaneously that it is not about stifling criticism of Israel, and yet half of the examples that it gives in the definition are all related to Israel. It says that you can only criticize Israel so long as the criticism is comparable to criticism given to other countries. So we have to go through all the countries in the world, and that's the only way you can criticize Israel legitimately. If you call out Israel on its own, that's not legitimate. And this is the level at which this piece of work operates. Now, the BMA had previously already, independent of the kind of the democratic processes exist within it, they had taken a position to say that they consider it to be very problematic. But we had an overwhelming vote this week to say that the IHRA definition should be rejected. Furthermore, I'll try and keep this brief. There's a member of the House of Lords, which, as you know, is the unelected body in the House, is the unelected body of the Houses of Parliament. There's a gentleman called John Mann, who was he was a Labour politician who'd really been in the wilderness until he started lobbying for, until he started becoming extremely interested in anti-Semitism. He'd never been terribly interested in it when he was younger, but it was about kind of early 2010s when he started to become essentially the front person for anti-Semitism in the UK. The organisation that represents, that supports him is called the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust, and it's pretty openly Zionist. Off the back of one of the events that happened last year, which was a violent attack at a synagogue, nothing to do with healthcare professionals. The Minister of Health then announced a review into anti-Semitism in healthcare, completely unrelated. But of course, politicians are always opportunistic. And this person, John Mann, was the person who led the review. The report was published just a few weeks ago and was totally incoherent, quite similar to the IHRA definition, but one of the points that it highlighted was that the IHRA definition should be introduced and made policy throughout the NHS, amongst other things, which were completely incoherent. It claimed to not be establishing a hierarchy of racism, and yet in its opening sentence claims that anti-Semitism has reached a state of emergency in the UK. Violent attacks happen on Black nurses, on Muslim doctors, brown doctors, and not mentioned at all in the report. So it was a completely incoherent report, and we addressed the fact that this was not a report that was actually coherent on its own terms. It creates a hierarchy of racism, even though denying that it does, and that it would stifle free speech. And this was also rejected in its entirety. at the British Medical Association meeting. The last point I'll address briefly is that, and this is something that, of course, some of us have been working on anyway with regards to certain companies that are heavily invested in the Zionist project. I think this is the first time this has happened with any healthcare professional body, is that we had a motion passed that will support doctors in questioning the contracts that our workplaces have, supplier contracts, pharmaceutical contracts with companies that support human rights abuses. That's never really happened before. It's always been the case that doctors, nurses are just considered to be passive users of these products. You know, the hospital, the clinic you work at, they will procure the items, and the act of using them is effectively rendered morally neutral. You just use it. And where it came from, what the company does with the money that we paid them is nothing to do with us as healthcare professionals. But for the first time, we've raised that as an ethical issue for doctors. The doctors should be allowed to, on the basis of their ethical duty, to question these supplier relationships, question these contracts. And of course, that one of the key companies that we have to mention there is Teva Pharmaceuticals, which is Israeli and is fully behind the Zionist project.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rahman. Thank you for the important work at the British Medical Association and in UK. That's very important work. Is Jennifer still with us or no? I think we lost.
No, she left.
Yeah. So we have Father John. Is he still with us too? I think he left also. Father,
he left as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I've not got the most interesting voice.
Go ahead.
So, adopting, resolution to, ban the IHRA definition is really a step forward. But my understanding from what I've read is that the UK doctors still have this issue with your GMC being able to override like the findings of your tribunal process, right? That's what they're weaponizing against Dr. Abusita right now, where he was cleared, but the GMC can go in and say, we're going to disregard our own tribunal. And it's like really weaponized against the doctors there. What can you guys do about that?
Yeah, so sorry, I didn't go through everything, but that was another thing that we've managed to get the BMA to take a strong position on. So again, because this is really the primary policy making forum of the BMA, is this meeting that we had this week. And one of the motions that we had passed was also to say that the plans for the GMC to retain this power to effectively appeal against its own tribunal. So it will gather evidence, send it to a tribunal to adjudicate on, so a medical tribunal, which was set up to be independent. And then if the GMC doesn't like it, it can then appeal against it. And of course, then all of the funds all of the costs are borne by the doctor themselves. That had already, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago now, I don't remember how long ago, but that had already been deemed unfair. And it was a piece of work called the Williams Review. And so it had already been planned that this year they would lose that power. And one of the problems was that the plan, particularly from the Mann Review as well, was to, from some of the reforms to the GMC, was the proposal for them to retain that power. The BMA has deemed that they should lose that power. So this is something that it may not necessarily help Ghassan Abusita's case, because technically they put the appeal in before that power expired, which again, it seems to be done in bad faith. It will help future cases, of course, because once the BMA has taken a position like that on it, it will be very difficult for the government and for the GMC to ignore that. So I'm not sure it necessarily helped Ghassan Abu-Sitta's case. What it shows very clearly is that the BMA has expressed that there is a stifling of free speech. And in particular, I mean, I didn't mention as well, one of the motions that we passed was on vexatious complaints. The British Islamic Medical Association published a report where they had made a Freedom of Information request, and they had determined that in all the cases where anti-Semitism had been raised as a basis for a complaint with the GMC, and there was an average of 7 complaints per person. That indicates a coordinated campaign. There's no way that that's just organic, individuals making a complaint. 7 complaints per person. So one of the other points that we managed to get through in the conference was that vexatious complaints are being made, and that it is unclear to what extent the GMC is actually being lobbied, as opposed to simply responding to complaints in the way that a patient might, or a colleague might make a complaint, or a patient might make a complaint. So one of the pieces of work now for the BMA to do is to pressure the GMC to release data on the communications it's having with organizations like UK LFI, UK Lawyers for Israel, because this all smacks of a coordinated campaign. This has almost certainly been the case with Ghassan Abu-Sitta. So I think overall this has all been favorable to Dr. Abu-Sitta's situation, or all of these, because the main theme really from our wins at the BMA this year, other than the one about ethical procurement, I would say the key theme has been protecting freedom of speech for doctors.
I can update you on Ghassan's circumstances. So he has won the medical tribunal twice, and the UK Lawyers for Israel has actually used the regulatory body for the GMC to force the GMC to appeal to the High Court. And that's going to happen sometime towards the end of the year. Now, under the old set of regulations, if Ghassan wins that appeal, then he pays his own share of the legal cost, which is going to be £150,000. But if he loses, he will not only pay his own share, but he will also pay the share of the GMC's legal costs. Now, but if he won under the old regulations, and if Lord Mann has his way, then the GMC can actually appeal against that, which means that it will go on, and Ghassan has put up his house for sale because he knows that the end game is to financially ruin him. So that is a draconian state we are in, and it's quite distressing. And I think we have no choice but to fight this, not only for Ghassan, but for all the doctors that are to come.
Yeah, the financial element is very serious, and that was again sorry, I didn't go through every motion in detail, but that was another element of the motions that we passed. It was that when the GMC loses a case against a doctor, that the GMC should then foot the legal bill. That seems entirely clear to me. Anyone that's had to hire a medico legal lawyer in the past, how expensive they are. I'm sure a lot of people here have been arrested and then have had to consult medical legal lawyers. These organizations, we don't know exactly how UK LFI is being funded. We can all guess. And they just don't stop. And as I said, these are coordinated campaigns. These are not organic complaints being made from a service user or from a colleague. And I would encourage people to look at the British Islamic Medical Association's report on the Mann Review, because they did an excellent piece of work on this. And they already had done the groundwork that shows that these are coordinated campaigns. And of course, they're not going to stop. They want to try and, completely empty out your finances. So again, I don't know if these particular motions will necessarily help. Of course, they have some benefit overall. I do worry about Dr. Albacete.
Thank you, guys. Annie, are you with us, Annie? Please, if you don't mind. Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra is here. We want to talk to him before we lose him. Annie, are you there? Annie? I don't hear from Annie. I'm not sure if she has a good connection. Annie, are you there? Okay. We can come back to Annie in a minute. Dr. Ahmed, أهلا وسهلا. سمعنا؟
أنا اللي سامعك يا حبيبي.
هلا منور. إيه العظمة دي كلها يا راجل؟ إيه العظمة دي كلها؟ منور.
معلش اليوم there is no electricity.
شكله عشان هيك ضوءك كفاية، نورك كفاية، مبين بتضوي ما شاء الله عنك.
الله يسعدك.
أهلا
We
وسهلا.
are working on the battery of the mobile. No need. Okay, how are you, Dr. Nidal?
الحمد لله مشتاقين لكم. أهلا وسهلا. طمنا.
Wallahi, we miss you, and we miss all of the members of the team of Doctors Against Genocide.
والله احنا we miss you more. Everyone, you are in constant demand. لما اليوم لما بتيجي عندنا بصير عندنا اكتئاب. والكل بصير يسأل وين دكتور أحمد وليش ما جاء الدكتور أحمد وليش زعلان منا الدكتور أحمد. فالله خليك تعال كل أسبوع بلاش شو اسمه.
لا والله بس
مشغولين.
We are really suffer a lot from the electricity nowadays. Even in the hospital, the situation is very, very bad and serious. The big engine or the big generator was unfortunately unable to produce electricity. So we are using the small one. And now we are doing turned off of the electricity nearly about 40% of the hospital. So the situation is very difficult. Even my office, I'm head of Tahrir building, and I'm responsible for maternity and pediatric department. Even my office is without electricity. We just have an electricity just for internet, because we have to connect our phone call and our connection with the world to talk about our situation and to talk with journalists about the situation. Today we are with Al Jazeera, Mubashir, Ula Muammar. We visited the labor room in the maternity department, and the situation was very horrible. You know, this room is nearly closed and its windows is closed because it has some privacy, and no fans, no air conditions. The women's are overheated and oversweated, and the situation was unbelievable. We did today a report about that situation, which is unacceptable. And at the end of the meeting, Ula asked me, what is your message that you want to talk to the world? I told her that these pregnant women, they they're criminal or they're guilty that they were pregnant in Gaza. That's the problem. They just were ladies who were pregnant in Gaza. If they were pregnant in Ukraine, in Europe, in United States, even in Africa, they will deal with her as with respect, with the full rights, with the full health care, with everything. But the only guilty for these people is just to being in Gaza. So really the situation is bad, and my message for every one of you, my brothers and sisters, don't stop to talk about Gaza. Really, we 3 years are talking about Gaza, but really we are in the most serious time about Gaza nowadays. I swear to God that the whole world is talking about the World Cup and talking about the Iranian United States negotiation. They are talking about Ukraine and Russia, and they are thinking that there is ceasefire in Gaza. There is no ceasefire in Gaza. There is a train of death. Train of death is going, and it is not stoppable in Gaza. It's nearly 3 to 4 martyrs every day are passed away due to the situation. Now the number of martyrs that who passed away since the beginning of this fake ceasefire is 1,000 martyrs, and 3,000 were injured. Today, my brothers and sisters, I visited the Center of Ministry of Health, and I show some statistics. I want to talk with you about it. My brothers and sisters, after 3 years, nearly 3 years of war, you know that the number of martyrs is nearly 73,000, including 22,000 children and 11,000 women. As I mentioned, since the ceasefire, nearly 1,000 people were killed and nearly 3,000 were injured. We have to talk about the situation for amputation. Official data from the Ministry of Social Development indicate that nearly 39,000 children have lost one or both parents as a result of the ongoing military offensive. Among them, around 17,000 children have lost both parents. You can imagine 17,000 children are orphan for the two parents. These affected children span various age groups, with a significant proportion being under the age of 5. Who will take care about these babies or these children, making them particularly vulnerable to serious health and psychological risks. About the amputation, I was shocked and surprised. According to official estimate from the Palestinian Ministry of Health and International Committee of the Red Cross, there are approximately 6,000 amputees in Gaza. Children account to 25% of these cases, with an average of nearly 1 children losing limbs every day since the war. That means since 3 years, every day a children lose his lower limbs every day. Also, the lack of safe environment, severe mobility restriction, the shortage of wheelchairs, and the security of assistive devices have dramatically increased the risk faced by persons with disabilities, particularly during repeated displacement. Also, there is another statistic talking about the widows. The number of widows has exceeds 22,000, leading to a significant increase in female-headed households. Many women have assumed sole responsibility for caring for their families while making critical decisions under conditions of displacement, famine, and economic collapse. With female unemployment exceeding 80%, widows face severe social and economic hardship as they struggle to provide for their families and for their situation. Also, we have to mention that in 2025, a statistic of the Ministry of Health that the rates of congenital anomalies and preterm infants and low birth weight increased by more than 60% compared with pre-war levels. Health records also documented 315 infants born with congenital anomalies and 600 stillbirths, approximately 5,000 miscarriages before 24 weeks of gestation, and 450 neonatal deaths during the first week. The reported increase has been attributed to war-related factors, including maternal exposure to explosive and environmental pollution and malnutrition, famine, poor sanitation, and a harsh living condition experiencing during displacement. Also, I have to mention, my brothers and sisters, about the mental effects of the war on children. You know that we have a lot of cases of post-traumatic stress disorder. We also have recurrent nightmares, emotional distress, irritability, and avoidance behaviors. Many children also exhibit behavioral and developmental problems, including aggression, enuresis, impaired concentration, and declining academic performance. So again, we have mental health professionals emphasize that children affected by armed attack require comprehensive psychological care in addition to food and medical treatment, and essential intervention include early psychological support, restoration of educational routine, and safe restriction activities. The last thing that we talk today with the media about the milk, again, the milk is not available in the Ministry of Health. Formula 2, Formula 1 is nearly all the available in Gaza is nearly 200 bottles, and Formula 2 just 9 or 10 cans among all the Gaza Strip. Today, I saw a lot of twins and I saw a lot of orphan babies who came to the hospital crying, and they saw me and asked me about the milk. And I couldn't answer them what I can do for them, because I don't have a magic to do for them. So the situation for milk also is very difficult. Again, I think what's happening in Gaza is like someone is doing a show that everything is okay. We are just killing the terrorists here and there, as they are doing in Lebanon. And this must be continue in this situation. We are allow for some trucks to come inside Gaza, some trucks with the frozen meat or frozen chicken. A lot of them are spoiled due to trapped on the borders for a long time. and for not to be frozen in the suitable situation. And we don't know the source of that meat, you know. You know that a lot of countries beside us, they are talking about the number of donkeys and dogs are decreased inside these countries. We don't know the source of meat that coming inside Gaza and how it was delivered. So I think the situation is nowadays is more serious than any time of this war. I also have to mention about the hemodialysis. 50% of the cases of hemodialysis is stopped due to lack of fluid and solution for the machine and electrical or mechanical apartment of that machines. Also, the insulin is not available. The regular one or Actarabid, the kits for diabetes mellitus is not available. The HbA1c is not available. You know, today we have, 1 week ago, we have a case of autoimmune hepatitis. We suspected that she need some investigation like antinuclear antibodies, like liver kidney microsomal antibodies. We don't have any investigation to confirm the diagnosis. We are using the basic medicine that was among the first war, the First World War and the Second World War. I swear to God, we have just some antibiotics like Alexander Fleming, who discovered the penicillin, and we have some penicillin and we have some analgesia, like what's happening in the First and Second World War. This is the capability of Gaza nowadays. They are succeeded in trapping us and return us back as the 1 century before or 2 centuries before to be in the primary health care situation. Again, my friend, brothers and sisters, don't stop talking about Gaza, because really Gaza is suffering nowadays. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not talking about something is not found. Really, we are suffering about the electricity. Even the water nowadays, we are suffering too much about water. You know, the amount for any human being among the world of water is 100 liters per day, for cooking, for drinking, for tea, preparing, for Nescafe, for hot things. You know that nowadays the amount of water that available for every person in Gaza is just 2 to 3 liters. That means 1/30 of the amount that it is should be for the people in among the world. And I think they are making a lot of pressure. They try to increase the force to make the Palestinian to leave from Gaza. They try to put SAD in every house, in every where, in every place, to force the people here to get out from Gaza. And we are more and more bonded with this land. Again, we are the stone of the valley of this land, and we will not leave, because this is our land, and we are looking to come back to our land in Yafa wa Haifa wa Akka, inshallah. Sorry for talking about that situation, but really this situation is happening in Gaza. And we, unfortunately, the West Bank is not more good or not more better than us. They are also suffering, but the media is not talking about the West Bank. Even if you can see the south of Lebanon, also they are suffering from that attack and that aggressive behavior toward the human being, even in Lebanon, even in the West Bank, even in Gaza, even in any place of the world. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. We hope that, inshallah, we'll see you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Go ahead, Karam.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I don't know if you were you were not with us at the beginning when the chair of the UN Commission on Inquiry discussed the report about the children, the condition of the children in Gaza. The report was called "The Essence of Childhood Has Been Destroyed." And you have been talking to us about the formula for months now, changing the formula, and just hearing you talk about that there is no formula even. It's really the same thing. The babies, they're taking away our ability to protect the children in Gaza. We as adults, we as doctors, as pediatricians, we're not able to take care of the most vulnerable. And it's such a psychological trauma to every one of us. Yani, when a pediatrician says to the family, I just don't have what might save your child, it's very, very traumatic. And I think shame on every pediatrician who thinks that's okay and who chooses to stay silent. Shame on them. Every single pediatrician.
And every single doctor and every single healthcare worker and every single human being, and on top of all, every single leader and international organization. I know, Dr. Ahmed, you said they pushed you like 100 years ago, but that is not your fault. Actually, they are the one who showed how savage they are, and they are the one who showed how medieval they are, and they are the ones who are backwards and who do not represent our humanity. It's not you, it's not the people of Gaza. All these conditions are imposed on you. We know that the people of Gaza do love life, and they do everything they can with the minimum they have to survive. So it's not their fault. These are conditions imposed on them by a medieval international system headed by Israel and the United States. These are the savages who are a few centuries behind, or even few millennia behind. These are not normal human beings, as everyone heard today, and we've been witnessing for 1,000 days now. The intentional killing, targeting, maiming, starvation, denial of all essentials of life for the babies, for the children, for the mothers, for the doctors, for the hospitals, just proves how disgusting they are and how backward they are. It's not the people in Gaza who are behind, it is them, the perpetrators of these crimes. And none of them should dare to ever say they have the moral high ground and they have the universal values and they are the one who created and invented the universal human rights and they respect humanity and human rights. We know that they are now even turning on their citizens here in the West who dare to speak for justice and for humanity, and anyone who is trying to intervene or expose their crimes. So thank you, Dr. Ahmed, you and everyone in Gaza and Palestine, Sudan, and Congo for bearing the unimaginable to expose them for all of us. Gaza,
Dr. Nadal, we will not stop, inshallah. We will continue. We have a pediatric conference after 25 days. This conference will talk about the results of that criminal war against Gaza. I have two papers, one paper about the famine in Gaza, and the second paper about the increased number of premature baby and intrauterine growth retardation among this war. There is another paper about Guillain-Barré syndrome. We will be sharing that conference with all the media and the channels. I think this conference will be like something challenging for these criminal to talk for them that we are still fighting and we still resist by our scientific conference, by our existence, by our education, by our healthcare. Now, before joining this webinar, I was with another webinar with 3H doctors who are talking about the critical cases in Gaza, and we share that cases with professors from Egypt and from Jordan and Europe and America. So we will not stop to communicate with the world because we are looking for communicate with all the peoples. We don't have any problem with communication. Our problem is by someone who's targeting us and killing us every day. I put a picture on the Doctors Against Genocide WhatsApp, Dr. Nidal, about the martyr Abdullah Abu Shammala. He's an innocent. He was passed away yesterday with his innocent little sister Islam. Unfortunately, their mother was killed during the 2014 war against Gaza when Islam was just an infant. Abdullah raised her as if she was his own daughter. She was his little sister, his beloved, and his whole world, and he meant every more to her. They grow up as orphans. Later, they lost their brother Muhammad, who was killed with trying to obtain humanitarian aid. And now they too have been killed while waiting in line for water. They were waiting yesterday for water, and both of them, Abdullah Abu Shammala and his innocent sister Islam, both of them were killed. Their mother also were killed in 2014, the war against Gaza, and their brother also killed while he was looking for food. They will now grow. Also, we have to mention that Abdullah leaves behind two children with a third on the way. His wife is pregnant. They will now grow up as orphans just as their father died or passed away. This is only one small story among thousands, such is in the reality of our lives. We know this story in details because the uncle of Abdullah Abu Shammala is Dr. Iyad al-Saba'. He's a pediatrician, head of pediatric department in Nasser Medical Complex. And we know the details about the story because we visited him yesterday and tried to support him while he was collapsed and was really shocked about his nephew who died in this situation. This is one small example for one story that happening every day in each house, in each tent, in each area, in each place among the Palestinian in Gaza. And again, Abdullah Abu Shammala and his little sister Islam, the crime that they did or the guilty that they did, that they were born in Gaza and they have the nationality of Palestine or Palestinian. Thank you.
Gaza is the shame of all humanity. Somebody just commented. It's true. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Really speechless.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. If you want, guys, we have Felipe here with us. Felipe, are you there? You want to share with us any updates from Goma? Philippe? Then we can go back, Dr. Ahmed.
Hello.
Hi, Philippe. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you, Doctor. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Goma. This is Philippe Batezi from Goma with the team of Let's Act Together for Congo that works with Doctors Against Genocide in this war-torn zone of Goma. Anyway, we had this month 6 big scheduled activities. But so far we have done 5. The last one is scheduled to be done on the 30th of June. That will be on Tuesday. So maybe I could give an update about the 5 that have been done. On June 3rd, that was on a Wednesday, we went with the support we got from the Doctors Against Genocide to a place called Kibati. This is a village that is in the northern part of Goma, where a good number of people who were in the refugees camps went back to their homes. Remember, these are people who spent almost 3 years in the internally displaced people's camps in Goma. And after the rebels took control of the city of Goma in 2025 January, they took them back to their homes. They found their homes destroyed. They had nothing. But again, these are people who are living in critical conditions. Since we are spreading now the message about Ebola as healthcare personnel and public health people, then we went there with the message of Ebola, but we found them in very poor hygiene conditions, sanitation, very, very critical. So we had to purchase over 50,000 liters of water, according to the images that we've shared through Adija. And the water has been there, some safe drinking water. We also took some hygiene supplies, hand washing products that have been taken to these people so that we could teach them about Ebola, because since they're living in these conditions, in case one is contaminated, then the entire village is at risk. That was the first activity that was done on the 3rd of June. Then on the 8th of June, 5 days later, the volunteers of Let's Act Together for Congo, with the support from Doctors Against Genocide, we went to a village called Karuba in Masisi territory, still in North Kivu. But the thing with Karuba is that this is the place where people are still fighting. The National Army of DRC and the rebels of M23 are still fighting in Masisi. So this is a place where bombs are still killing hundreds of people every month. And these people are again trying to flee. The schools are destroyed. There is no hospital. So they were crying out to us because others cannot leave their homes because they're afraid of what could happen. We have people who are dying from malaria. People are wounded and they can't not even have their wounds being cleaned in some good condition. So we went there with a team of nurses and a medical doctor who would operate a consultation. Then maybe we give some medication to these people. We found there a very interesting woman, we shared the images, who lost her leg in these wars. Then we managed to give some crutches for her so that she could at least be moving somehow. Well, the condition for the nutrition of children is still severe in that place. But according to the funds that we had, we could not intervene for the children, but we hope to go back there for these children. On the 13th of June, 5 days later, we continued with our sensitization message and education message, and we went to 2 orphanages in the surrounding of Goma, where live over 300 orphans. These are orphans who lost their parents in Goma town in these recent wars and these children are living together. Now, in this time, we believe that protecting these children is to sensitize all of them so that they can understand the risks related to the virus of Ebola. Because as they live in the same settlement, all of them, in case one of them is contaminated, then the whole orphanage will be at risk of fatality. So we went there with the same message of protection against Ebola. We went with some hygiene materials. We went with some hand washing products, also some protection kits, and we were sensitizing these children. We were educating them. And on the 17th of June, we moved to a humanitarian medical institution, the Centre Medical Affiliate, where I work. And we went with the PPE materials that we managed to find, still with the support of Doctors Against Genocide and the partners. We went with some PPE so that the healthcare personnel can be safe and protected. Remember, these are the people who are intervening in case of any suspected case of Ebola. So we have to make sure they don't lose their lives while trying to save other people's lives. So we went with also some medicines so that to strengthen the stock of the hospital, as we are working as a humanitarian hospital, serving the vulnerable people, especially pregnant women and young children. Through the support that we got, the hospital will continue serving the people it's serving. And we are so grateful to Doctors Against Genocide and the partners who are supporting the organization. The fifth activity was done last week on the 25th. It was on Thursday. We went to Shasha. Shasha is a community where live over 2,000 people who also returned from the internally displaced people's camps. But this is in the western part of Goma. And these people are living in their homes. They do not have any access to any basic healthcare service. They don't see nurses, they don't see doctors for months. So people are staying in their houses, they are sick, and they do not know anywhere to go. Since they are left behind by the government and the authorities, we cannot also leave them behind. As our motto is, no one is left behind, we made sure we go there in Shasha. We went for 2 activities. The first was a mobile clinic where we conduct the consultation, the medical consultation, some diagnosis, and also we provide some medication for people who are in need of them. Then on the other side, we went in the community for a sensitization campaign against the spread of Ebola virus, showing people that the only way to stop this strain that doesn't have any vaccine nor any internationally recognized treatment, the only way to stop it is to make sure we are all protected and we protect others. So we were in Shasha on Thursday, and the last activity that will be done on Tuesday next week will be conducted in a place called Kiheru. We will go to see children who are affected by severe malnutrition. These children do not know where to go. We were there 4 months back. We left there something, but we have been told that some of them are improving and there are some who are not improving at all. So we'll go back there to see them and to see how to strengthen again with the materials that we are giving them to make sure their lives are saved and no one is left behind. So this is what we've been doing in June with the support that we've been getting. Once again, we are so grateful for every donor, every partner who is putting something to support the people of Congo who have been victims of all these wars that have been imposed. We did not choose anything. People are living in critical conditions in a very rich country. But as Congolese, we cannot run. Then we need to save and help our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Philippe.
Thank you for all this work. I hope you're being
And
safe
again,
as well.
the children in Congo do not deserve this. The people in Congo do not deserve this. And it's going on for way too long. Thank you for giving us a glimpse of this. And please continue to do that. And please donate to Congo. We are trying to support Philippe and his team, support the community there. We will drop the link in the chat, and we dropped it on YouTube. Every small thing helps. A wound can be bandaged, a burn victim can be treated. a child can be comforted with your help. So please, every small thing helps. Maybe we can move to Anne, Habibi.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Annie.
Yes, sorry. I last time I heard you asking if I was there. I was driving. I am driving in the deserts of California, and I couldn't get to the button. So I want you to know I'm always listening. I'm always there. I want to address just briefly the reason why we to give. The giving is obvious. You see its action every week when we hear from people like Dr. Al-Farah. We know that when we get money into the system works. The system doesn't just work, it over-delivers, it overcompensates for the failures of the world. We simply have to get some money in so that the system will do the great and excellent things that it does 24/7. So I'm asking everybody, the link is there, to go on the website first, admire the new website, show it to others. There's a community support section. You see all the programs. I give not to a program. I give to DAG because I am 1,000% confident in every decision that the founders of DAG make. And these are very hard decisions, by the way, where to send money, on what basis. And then during the week, they have calls with these programs to check, are they okay? How are they doing? What are the updates? So before you get an update, the founders have already done all of this. No one is paid to do any of this. So I want to leave you with a couple of things. First, when we get, let's say, money into Gaza or Congo, especially in Gaza, where the entire economy is sequestered, it creates a multiplier. So the visual of that is the pebble in the pond. You throw a pebble in the pond, you have concentric circles that go out. What Israel has done is demonetize all of Gaza. And this means that there's no money and the money doesn't circulate. It's enough that they de-developed, as Dr. Al-Farah painfully has expressed to us, but they have demonetized. And when you have money in a system, it pays for transportation. That person who has the money for transportation buys food. It keeps circulating. And we must get money in. It's not just the $100 that goes in, it creates a multiplier effect. And that multiplier effect in Gaza could be $900, it could be $1,000. So we're asking you, especially in these next few months that are going to be very hard until we have changes of administration in January, to do everything you can to support the Herculean effort of our brothers, sisters, partners in Gaza and Congo and Sudan, and get money in so that you know that tomorrow that money is there. It moves that fast. They have the ability to do that, DAG, that is. Secondly, it creates a multiplier. Thirdly, please bring people to DAG, bring people to these calls. One of our partners, Priests Against Genocide, the head of it, had to leave after an hour and a half, but he sent a message. And they know everything about genocide, the Priests Against Genocide. They have seen it firsthand in Latin America and Africa and so forth. And they learn so much. They're so overwhelmed by what is happening that it ignites in them even more fire to do this. So bring people to the calls, bring people to DAG. Our partner Martha, who's on this call, had a table at her church of DAG shirts and bottles. It's not just to sell $20 or $40, so that is very, very important. It's to engage people. Please think creatively. How can we engage more people? Anybody who understands and learns is forever changed by these Sunday calls. So if you'll go on the link, look at the website, share it with others. If you can give more, please give more. If you can bring others to DAG, please do that. And the money that's going, 100% is going right in and creating multipliers in Congo in Gaza and elsewhere. And we thank you so, so much for all the time you already put in as doctors, nurses, and we thank you. It's immeasurable what you do.
Thank you, Annie. Karama, Nidan.
Can I say something?
Please.
Today's webinar is terrible. It is so depressing and so upsetting. Yet we know that we have to stand by everyone. Okay. So if Dr. Akmal Al-Faraa is still here, I want you to know that we will never leave Gaza. We'll always be with Gaza. And for Elfie and for everybody in Congo, we will not leave you. And for that, I want to thank you for being the kind of organization you are. It is just like a light in a very dark world. I just got something to say about for those of us who live in the UK. Now, we don't get tax relief if we give direct to DAC because we're giving to USA. But I'm trying very hard to interest Medical Aid for Palestinians to set up an MOU with DAC so that we can give to MAP specifying that you can go to DAC. Because if we are UK tax owner, every £100 we give will be worth £125 because MAP is a charity. So it doesn't cost us to give anything extra. We just give the same, but then we improve it by 25%. So that's something I'm working on. And I've been nagging MAP to establish a link with DAC. They don't know why I'm so keen to do it. Of course, it's for Kamarat One, for the children's wing. But I think it is important that people in the UK can directly give to DAC and benefit from the what we call the gift aid. Okay, so it's quite complicated. I think that's something we have to do. Okay, and Dr. Al-Faraa, please send my condolence to your friends who have lost all their family. I don't know what I can say to make them feel a little bit less distressed. But I'm here, and we are all here for you.
Thank you, Dr. Sri. Should we do final reflections roundtable with all the participants?
Yeah, Mesa, that sounds good.
Okay.
Whoever wants to speak.
Dr. Sri.
Now, Dr. Farah,
Thank you for support. Thank you for this. Really, we appreciate your support. Again, we will not surrender. We will not be surrender in a way.
We will not.
Are more powerful than that anyone can imagine. We are more potent and unbreakable. We sometimes we describe the situation. One think that we are is broken. No way. We were described by Quran by our Quran and عبادا أولي بأس, and أولي بأس, they were the Palestinian. Uli Ba's mean they are more powerful and more potent and more can tolerate everything. You know, they were thinking that the Palestinian will not tolerate and they will be on the white flag, and they give up. Even they were working on monkey business on last Friday on the 26th with the militia that belongs to them. They thought that the Palestinian will give up and they will tell that we invite the occupational forces to come inside the Palestinian areas or the camps of the tents. Come inside and get what you want. If there is weapons, you can get it. If there is guns, you can get it. No. Everything was failed. All the monkey business that were prepared for Palestinian in Gaza in the 26th of this month were failed, and really this reflect the the arousal and the good performance and the good attitude for the Palestinian, that they know who's the enemy. Who's the enemy? We have to point against that enemy, not to make a conflict with each other as the occupational forces thinking to do. They are now try to doing the monkey business among the people itself. They are doing that in Lebanon to try to make a big gap between the Hezbollah and between Shia and Sunnah, and try to make a conflict between them, and they are looking from outside. Or even sometimes Donald Trump tried to convince Ahmad al-Shari in Syria, please get inside Lebanon and try to punish Hezbollah and Shia because they already get in Syria since 2 or 3 years ago, and you have to punish them. So they are enjoying that monkey business and they try to make a conflict between the people and itself, between the members, between the brothers. But alhamdulillah, the Palestinian people were so wise, and they didn't pay any attention for and for Ramzi Herzallah and for Hamza al-Masri, the guys who are working on that propaganda with the Mossad, Israeli Mossad, and with the Israeli occupational forces. You can imagine that when they failed in that program, they make some air drone to talk to the people in Gaza, get out against the resistance, get out against your situation, get out. And in Shati camp and in Lebrej camp, the air drone was equipped with record who are talking in Arabic, but the Israeli leader is talking in Arabic language to get outside and try to make revolution against the Palestinian who's taking the decision in Gaza. So alhamdulillah, this failed. Even Smotrich and Benjamin Netanyahu, they talked frankly that we are looking for something to change in Gaza. The things that they couldn't achieve by military forces and by highly equipped tanks and air forces and air drones and everything, they try to do among these gangs and the spies. But alhamdulillah, thank to God, this failed. Why this failed? Because again and again, we are know who's the enemy, and we know who's the one who should be fighted, but we have to say it clearly. We don't harbor hatred toward anyone because of their religion or ethnicity. However, we reject injustice, occupation, and aggression. We will remain people of a just cause, holding firmly to our land, our identity, and our dignity, because justice doesn't die. Homelands are never forgotten, and free peoples may grow weary, but they don't surrender. And inshallah, we will not surrender anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Most welcome.
Who wants to go next, guys?
Where is Dr. Nadal?
He's probably seeing patients, Dr. Ahmed.
Today is Sunday. Today is holiday.
Yeah, but he does see patients in urgent care.
It's in a private clinic.
بسكروش يوم الأحد. دايما فاتحين.
يلا رزقة.
اشتقت له. هلا بيجي بس يسمع صوتك بيجي.
دكتور أشرف أبو العز ما عم نشوفه.
دكتور أشرف لازم نعمل له استدعاء.
والله we should
We all
do.
miss him.
You know, Dr. Karama and my sisters and brothers, Dr. Ashraf today shared something about what's up Doctors Against Genocide, something for Dr. Mustafa Mahmoud. He's talking about when the nations are so try to lie among their people and to talk about that the better achievement for them is to be in the World Cup. Like the Arabian countries who are try to convince their people that if they were in the World Cup in the United States of America and play football against that teams, this is what we can is more better than health performance or school performance or educational performance. And this is what Dr. Mustafa Mahmoud is talking about, that something like you make the shoes, the sport shoes is highly positioned than the mind in that balance. And this is really what's happened nowadays. They are talking that we are in some countries, Arab countries, we are doing well in the World Cup. We won that team, and we really looking for to be in the next step or next time. Okay, it's good to be in a sport, but it is a very miserable situation while your patient in the hospital couldn't find a needle or couldn't find a cannula to put in the branula to put in the for IV line. You don't have fluids in your hospitals. Your turn is the last one in Africa in education. your universities are in the very late class among the situation or among the grade in the world. So again, they try to convince their people that to be in the World Cup is something can convince them that this is more better than education, than health, than food, than we are not against sport. We like sport like everyone, but you have to play sport. You have to look for priorities. Priority for you is health, and to pay for health, to pay for education, to pay for the universities, to pay for scientific research. More than important, we are looking that China is absent from that World Cup, and it is the most powerful that they are talking about the instruction and invention, and they are doing everything. China is absent, and also we have to mention that Israel, they are our enemy, but they are absent from that World Cup because they are involved in another thing. They are involving in the airplane. They are in the invention for electrical weapons, and try to make the program for entering all the phones, all the techniques. We remember what they did with Hezbollah in Lebanon when they attacked the pager for everyone. These nations are looking for their future and for their people, not their thinking for football. Football is coming later on, but this is not the priority. Thank you.
Dr. Farah. Scott, you have your hand up.
Yeah.
Scott, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, Scott Hageman.
Bill, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I want to throw an idea out, and I don't know if we've ever done this before, but you know, we do very frequently have telephone campaigns calling representatives and senators and so forth. And I wonder if we've ever done that with professional organizations. And I'm thinking specifically of the American Academy of Pediatrics, or the American Pediatrics Association, actually. In light of the UN report on the effects on children of the genocide in Gaza, I kind of have this idea of trying to get as many people as possible starting to call their either their Washington office or their headquarters in Illinois with a comment or a question: why hasn't the American Pediatrics Association made any public statement on the genocide in Gaza? And if you want more details, if you go to their webpage under the category of advocacy, one of their advocacy priorities is the health of immigrant and refugee children. And they state that they endorse the internationally accepted rights of the child. And they're referring specifically to immigrant and refugee children. They don't say where. So if they endorse the internationally accepted rights of the child, and that's on their advocacy page, why aren't they advocating for the children of Gaza? And I think we might get some response that we haven't been getting when we call, you know, Representative X or Senator Y. because I don't think they're used to getting attention like that. It might have some effect. Just a thought. And great presentation today, as always. It's just such a privilege to spend these hours every Sunday. It's great.
I think, thank you, Phil. I think we did have a letter campaign for the American Pediatric Association before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they did actually. The president, who was a decent person at the time, did issue a statement calling for ceasefire. We lost Phil. Oh, here. And for that statement, just calling for a ceasefire, that was like a year.
Yeah.
It was about Abu Sofia, Dr.
Yeah.
Abu Sofia.
But now it's time for them to respond to the UN report, which is specifically about children.
It's true.
I think Rama, let's start. We do have a group for the pediatricians who wrote that letter. We have a group with them, and I think it's time to start another campaign in light of this new evidence.
Yeah.
Especially for children. I really think American Pediatric Academy and Association should take a stand on this. This should not just go buried.
You know, if I may say, I'm hearing from my colleagues in pediatrics who are members of the American Academy of Pediatrics, is that they literally gave up on the academy and they left it because they have shut down the DLs, the email lists for the minority groups or for the groups for human rights discussions or advocacy groups. So there was a discussion about Gaza, and because of that, they would shut down the listserv and stop the conversation. American Academy of Pediatrics.
Yeah. So I'm referring to, I said Academy, but I shouldn't have, because I'm referring to the American Pediatric Association, which claims to be the largest professional association of pediatricians in the country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know much about them.
Yeah.
I think a letter campaign can target both at the same time. So let's work on writing a letter campaign, and
I think we should call them. I think we should call them.
Yeah.
I think we should flood their phones with phone calls from all of us.
Yeah, I think we do
I'm
have
happy to call. Yes, let's do it.
call them and have a letter campaign. Both. I agree.
Yeah.
But
and use that argument about on their advocacy page, they advocate for the internationally recognized rights of the child. So let's hear it.
Can you write the template for the call, please?
Sure.
Write a simple template that when we call, everyone can get those points.
Sure, I'll do that this afternoon.
Deeply, yeah, please.
Great, thank you.
Can create that tomorrow. Actually, we can start calling. Scott, you've been waiting. Scott, go ahead.
Yes. In terms of final thoughts, something has stayed with me from our first guest, the judge. The last thing he said, he just slipped it in before he left, which was, "Don't be afraid to fail," which so surprised me. Everything he said was so encouraging and so strong. He's such a champion. He said such wonderful things about DAG, about our position, about the respect that we hold in the international community. I kind of just wondered what that means to not be afraid to fail. I think that was actually another encouragement of his, that he's just encouraging. Don't stop. Don't stop. DAG is not stopping. DAG is exploding. And I think that was just a comment of recognition. Don't hold back. Any idea that you have that could possibly, that you might not even think would do anything, don't hold back. Do it. Thank you.
Yes, don't be scared to fail. No action is too simple to take. Everything adds up, everything counts. And they say that, I think Mandela once said, there is a saying, I'm trying to reframe it, or just the spirit of it is, the mission seems impossible until it's accomplished. So I know it feels very hard, very impossible, but honestly, I think most of the people of the world are sick of this genocide, are sick of these crimes, are sick of the injustice in the world, and we just need to keep pushing it, and you never know. It can flip in 1 second at the end. It seems impossible until it is achieved. And that is meant toward peace, but we mean peace with justice, not just a sham of peace. Yeah, keep trying. Thank you, everyone. Habib, Dr. Rahman, do you have anything to say?
Yes, Dr. Jabbour, thank you. And I would first of all like to emphasize that Zionism has never been weaker. And I think certainly the medical profession in the UK as well. Over the past few years, we have managed to secure rights for us to speak out again. I mean, it sounds crazy to even talk about it, that doctors need the right to speak up against genocide, but we have effectively secured those now. And I think the medical profession now is insulated against the bogus charges of anti-Semitism. So I think the medical profession in the UK has never been stronger to advocate for Palestine and against Zionism now. And indeed, with the policies we got passed at the BMA, they had a broad focus. We didn't want them to just be focused on Palestine. We wanted them to encompass all genocides and all war crimes. So I would say that it's never been safer for doctors to advocate against all of these terrible things that are ongoing. I have no doubt that that Palestine will be free and that Israel will fail. It's just a matter of time. And I would say now we, in our workplaces, and I would particularly like to emphasize, and I'd like to talk about this in a bit more detail in the coming weeks, emphasize how doctors should be getting rid of all of these companies that support genocides, getting rid of them from their workplaces, like Teva Pharmaceuticals, for example, Hewlett Packard, of course, Palantir has been a major focus. And there's no reason why we can't get all of these companies eradicated from our workplaces. So we should all be confident to attack the enemy. And the enemy is genocidal. You know, that this is a completely legitimate thing to do, to say that we do not want companies that support genocide in our workplace. So I like to leave that thought with people.
Thank you. Iman, Dr. Iman Husni, we'll not hear from you today.
Alaikum.
You know, Dr. Ahmed likes to hear from you.
Oh, I love to hear from Dr. Ahmed. It's
Ahmed,
been
we're in school in Egypt, so you guys have some like connections beyond this webinar.
he likes my مكسر عربي مش كده؟
عربي المكسر, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's been a heavy day. I don't even know what to say. I know that I won't stop pushing. Yeah, it's I can't even find words today. I don't know. I'm sorry. Just with the 1,000 days coming up, it just keeps running through my head, like, how is this still happening? You know, and hearing about what's going on in Goma and how that's still, you know, how that's still happening. And what kind of world do we live in that, like, I mean, literally that like somebody could lose their medical license because they're speaking up for such terrible things and for such terrible things to be happening to children.
And like, I'm not sure what else we need to do to people, like to shake them, you know, to see what the impact is going to be, because even if they don't really care about things that are going on in other countries, it all comes back, you know, like, you know, it, it really, it all comes back, and we see it in our society here in the United States, right? And things that are happening and things that have been happening. And so, you know, I think we have to keep pushing forward. I had put in a question before the justice had left, but just, you know, how he, you know, he said what I think we've all been thinking about, like, you know, that public perception is going to be really important in all of this, and just trying to figure out like how much more as DAG that, or like what avenue are we not using to like really garner this public, right? You know, this public opinion, and to really get that pressure, right, from the public. You know, like we can keep going to talk to reps, and we can keep sending letters, and we can keep calling and all of that, but it makes a difference when it's a lot of just general people who are getting involved. And I just don't know how, I don't know if people have thoughts about like, how can we as DAG, like my husband was saying, and I don't even know if it helps, that he's like, when was the last really big protest in DC? Like, you know, I see a lot of them in Europe. I see them in New York. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but like, I just feel like it's going to have to be public pressure, you know, just like there was public pressure for, you know, Dr. Hossam, even though nothing really has changed. But how do we garner that public pressure? Because I think people are sick and tired of it. I just don't know if they know how to use the feelings that they're having. And so how can we as DAG tap into that?
I'm not going to answer this because I don't think we have a ready answer, but I'm inviting everyone to think of this, of what Iman just posed for all of us. I really think us here, the community here, people are coming to us and joining us, our community, I mean, are doing the best they can, but how we can transform this into a public platform for everyone, or a public vehicle to channel all this energy, all this disgust with what's happening, into an effective or more impactful tool. So I really, well, I mean, let everyone think about it. One of the ideas what Phil just shared, I really think it's a great action that we need to just start calling them. Maybe this week we'll call the American Pediatric Association. Next week we'll do the American Medical Association. I mean, it's just appalling. No one has an excuse. No one has an excuse at this point to stay silent. And they can, any statement from any of these organizations does make a big difference. And if not, at least we can put it on the record that you were called on this at this time, you were notified, you were informed, and you cannot claim that you are not aware or not didn't know, or that you have nothing to do with this. Yep. Dania, what do you think, Dania?
What do I think? Just some reflections from today, I guess. Day 995. I mean, who thought we'd be here, but we're here. And just to some self-disclosure, you know, like the waves of grief are worse on some days, and yesterday was a particularly bad day for me. And it's just, we're tired, we're sick, and it feels shameful to even admit this as we're sitting in the company of Dr. Ahmed. But Dr. Ahmed, I wish we knew how to forget you guys, because we're incapable of doing that. You guys are at the forefront of everything we do, we breathe, we eat. You know, Iman just said we don't do it. We're not the fact that we're able to continue living our lives and go into work and be with our families tells us we're not doing it, because our lives get to continue. So that tells us that we're not doing enough. And it's just, it's, you know, I was feeling very cynical after seeing the UN report, but I have to say, after being in the company of Justice Moral Dahar, I was moved by his emotional response in this process. When I saw it, I was like, oh, another report. Like, okay, like, you know, these kids don't need to be named in the report. We can write these stories ourselves with our eyes closed. We know each kid they're talking about in this report. But to be in his presence and to hear just, you know, what his day-to-day consists of and how he's talking to these members of the UN Security Council and just how he's resisting within the space. I think that's given me some kind of balance and just to, you know, to challenge my cynicism and to see like, okay, what can we do with this report that we have now, even though it's something that we all know. And like I said, all of us here can write our own reports similar to his and probably even better, I'd say, you know, because we're just bearing witness every second of the day. So, yeah, it's 1,000 days in a few days. It's just, what a shame. What a huge shame.
Yeah, what a shame. I remember the first time we went to DC for this, like a month after October 7th, and honestly, we thought the world would not allow to go on for a couple of more weeks. And the minute, I think in December 2023, when South Africa came with their case, and when even here, the Center for Constitutional Rights filed their case against Biden and Blinken for genocide, we really thought, I mean, once people know that this is that serious, it will stop. But again, what a shame that's 1,000 days and still going on, and we did not do much to stop it. But I really like what you said about the justice today. I agree with you. Maybe my first impression was just another report, and it's like we don't need more evidence. I mean, do really people need more evidence? But it's important listening to him, his conviction, his deep moral conviction. And did you feel this like he's like one of us? He's been struggling with this. He himself,
That's what I'm
all
saying.
along,
Like,
and
it was good to
he was
hear
like,
what he's
he needs us. We need him. It's like all of people of good conscience struggling into this, and they need each other, and they want to find a way, a channel, a way to speak up, to do something. So, like as doctors, healthcare workers, we're trying to maybe highlight the medical aspect and the healthcare aspect. He is trying his best and his colleagues to present the legal and humanitarian. It's really important. We need all of us. I mean, I felt like I felt bad for him. He's a human being who's being tortured to be a witness to this genocide and feeling helpless. He cannot do much, but despite everything, he himself is trying to do everything he can from his professional, background and based on his professional background and his position. So, I mean, honestly, I know Gaza showed the worst of humanity, but it showed the best too. People like him, like this nurse practitioner, Jennifer, she's just a regular New Yorker nurse. I mean, she could have just went on her life without doing anything. But this genocide tested people. There are people in this world who refuse to accept this, even if this comes at the risk of them losing their jobs, their reputation, being doxxed, being persecuted, or being threatened and stuff like that. I mean, it's just, I mean, again, as bad as the government and the institutions that are governing this world prove to be, as great as we are meeting and finding out great human beings, regular human beings. You would have never heard about Jennifer. Who would ever heard about Jennifer or Justice, Moral Dahar before? So honestly, these are the human beings. Yeah, these are the human beings who should lead our future. Yeah, go ahead then.
I just like to make 2 points. So a lot of people have struggles that don't necessarily make it to the front page. And I want to like acknowledge that for everybody who, doesn't become, doesn't amass like a huge following and they're fighting these fights, on their own and without the audience of the world. I think it's important. There's a lot of people that we don't get to hear about that are going through their own resistance on a day-to-day. And the second piece that the second point I'd like to make is what I appreciate about what Justice Moral Dahar said is that he he looked at us as an organization as equals, and it just tells us that like it's ordinary people that are going to come together and do this. And he thanked us for our work, and in turn we also felt really re-energized by his message and his struggles and everything that he's going through. So I think that was important, that he made us feel like we were equals in the struggle, and mentioned that part about like, it's like, if we fail, it's okay, and the next generation that comes, you know, after us will come back harder. So I think that was a piece that I think will stay with me after today. And that's it, I'm done.
Yeah, actually, he even made it harder on us. He said, especially the medical and healthcare community, you do have more kind of responsibility, a higher obligation to be on the forefront of this. So this is something that
Equals as in like the healthcare professional that's fighting this, not the ones that are staying quiet. He doesn't think they're equals with those folks. He's disappointed and ashamed of them, but he's talking about us, like in this space.
Yep. Yeah. Great to hear him. Dr. Shatab, Mariam Shatab. California, let's go to the nicer weather for a change.
Well, it's been honestly, it's been a long webinar with a lot of stuff going on, you know, but I think the common thread through a lot of what I've been thinking about as I've been listening to people is how money makes the world go round, right? Like, why don't these member states, you know, oust the US or oust Israel from the UN? You know, the UN's been made a mockery of by Israel. They won't let their inspectors in, you know, but they're still a member, right? They still, as though they have equal footing with all of the other countries in the world. It's because the thing goes, money talks and bullshit walks, you know. Most of the budget for a lot of these global initiatives have always come from the US. And when the Trump administration, or the Trump regime, to be fair, cut funding, a lot of these things went by the wayside, right? USAID, which we had in place to help manage things like Ebola outbreaks in places like Congo. They got defunded, and now we're scrambling, and they need like $1.4 billion for humanitarian aid in the next 6 months to try and get a handle on things. But like, that's why none of these countries are actually going to do or say anything, right? Like we brought up how it should be promising that the Hind Rajab Foundation exists. If you follow their cases, you'll find that it's like the courts are dragging their feet and using these processes like, do we have international jurisdiction to even, you know, potentially arrest people? By the time they come to any of these determinations, Israel or their cronies have helped smuggle out the soldiers from that country. So it's like a moot point. I mean, the paper trail that the Hind Rajab Foundation creates is important, but by the time anyone moves from like a legal system perspective, these people are gone. You know, they're smuggled out. Like that guy in Lebanon smuggled out in the trunk of some other embassy's car. So I've been pondering, you know, what does civil society do if the legal system has failed? You know, none of the options can be said out loud lest the FBI come knocking on our doors. But you know, it's 1,000 days, you know, 1,000 days. I was wondering why it feels like so much harder to motivate yourselves to do anything. And I didn't realize, I mean, you know, we've been talking about it in the chats, you know, the press conference for 1,000 days, but it wasn't until today that it really struck me. Like, I've never measured anything in my life by the 1,000-day mark, short of residency, which was 1,095 days, in case anyone's curious. But like 1,000 days of bearing witness, no wonder we're all so tired. But I wouldn't say I felt energized, but it was nice to know that there are people in positions of power in the UN that still feel something, that feel outraged and angry, because most of the time it feels like they're so remote from what we're witnessing that we're the only ones that are burning out from like throwing all of these feelings at the situation. And he cares. I mean, I hope no one goes after him, right? This is what we see the US and the Zionists go after anyone who publishes reports that make them out to be the culprit. So I really hope this justice is protected from that somehow. But
I mean, the conviction that he shows, the humanity that he shows.
I don't think he's afraid. I mean, you know, I think at this point, 2.5, almost 3 years into it, everyone knows that if you take a stance on it, what's going to happen. and it didn't scare him or his colleagues, or maybe they're scared, right? Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's acknowledging it and saying there's something more important than giving way to it. But it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff.
I mean, thank you for bringing the issue of residency. You said residency is what, 1,095 days?
Well, I had a timer on my phone that counted down the
But I
days of
mean,
residency.
think
I can't do the
about
same thing for this because
1,000 days make you an expert on the subject. And
Mhm.
during genocide for 1,000 days makes each one of us and each human being an expert on this. If dare anyone ever say that you don't know about genocide? Now, we went through 1,000 days of genocide. We all know, and we are all experts, and they need to shut up. I mean, you could have said genocide from day one because it was obvious, they themselves saying we want to commit genocide. But for all of us to go through this, yes, each one of us saw those children, those mothers, those hospitals, all those crimes, those bombs. So we are all experts in genocide. You know a genocide when you see one, and we've been seeing it for so long. Dr. Rahman?
I'd like to just vocalize what Phil Brewer said, which I thought was a poignant comment, where he said, "Let us all inspire each other," which I think is really rings true, particularly with what we've heard today as well. And I hear what Miriam said about burnout, you know, people getting tired and things. But actually, I know this may sound strange, but doing a lot of this work can be, there are moments of great enjoyment during this work because you meet some of the best people that you ever meet. You know, I've been a doctor now for nearly 16 years, and most doctors are totally forgettable. They are completely unremarkable, but you meet the most remarkable doctors in doing this kind of work, and even, you know, people who are not doctors who are far smarter than most doctors that I meet. So it can be very enjoyable, and we're not just learning about genocide, we're learning about how our entire economic system crushes its own population in order to elevate a tiny minority who are selfish beyond belief. And unless we're willing to contend with that, that will be the future that we pass on to our children and our grandchildren. So I think it's incumbent upon us to continue.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman. Dr. Maribeth Brownlee, the new doctor.
I don't think I have anything to add.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you want to hear from Dr. Karama Hawash Kumarli, co-founder DAG from Palestine, Nablus, from Jerusalem? You're in Jerusalem now.
No, I'm in Bethlehem.
Bethlehem? Okay.
Yeah, they're arrogant.
Tell me, what
They are
share some
arrogant.
of your
They
experience.
walk with their guns. They are everywhere in your face. Their
You
flags
did
are
go to Jerusalem
everywhere.
today. You did go to
I was
Jerusalem.
in Jerusalem,
Yeah,
yeah.
tell us, how was your
Yeah,
experience?
I'm telling you, these are my impressions. They're just like, they think they're above the law. They walk with their machine guns and their children together with them on the streets, in the mall, in the old city. And, you know, the Palestinians are being squeezed out of everything. We, the Palestinians, are being squeezed out of everything. Palestine is beautiful, though, you know, between Bethlehem and Jerusalem, just driving the valley is beautiful. Sometimes we joke that, oh, the US is so beautiful. It's kind of like strange that many people are fighting there in Palestine when there is so much bounty in the US. But there is something special about that land. And it's their highways, their settlements, their buildings. It's just they're invading everything. And I hope we can stop them. I really do. It's just, it made me think of Gaza, just seeing all these buildings in Jerusalem. What do they have in mind for Gaza? And for all the rest of the West Bank, it's just like they're trying to take everything. So it is depressing. I'm not feeling so good, but I'm very impressed by the justice who was our guest today. I'm very, he spoke much in such real passion and real truth in a way that's very simple and very straightforward and very, he's just like begging for things to change. So it's nice to see. We haven't seen this from the UN people. Francesca is always, the poor thing is always screaming her head out, but she's the only one. Everyone else is so sanitized. And this was very refreshing to hear. And I'm really happy about the last thing he said before he left, that we should just keep going. And if it's not in our generation, we are building the bricks for the next generation. That's all.
Thank you, Karama. Stay safe, and thank you for sharing this. And no, it is in our generation. I'm not gonna die before I see them help
Inshallah.
before we create a better world. I promise. And
we have to eat well and exercise then.
I don't care. They are going down before us. We will not leave the world until it is a better one than the world we came to. And regardless.
I should stop smoking too.
No, sometimes smoke make your life more, gives you more energy. I don't know. Actually, during the webinar, I was also talking on the phone with my family, with my father, my mother, and my brothers, sisters in Palestine, Masafir Yatta, and they too are overwhelmed. They are really scared. They are worried. I've never seen them like this before. Settlers are all over the place. Going from a small town to a small town that used to take 5 minutes takes them like 4 or 5 hours on a good day now. And they see it like you. I mean, can you imagine like yourself, you see this nightmare coming at you? It's not like an abstract. It's not. It is a reality coming at you, like what you saw in Gaza. It's coming to you. It's the same feeling, Karama, even before the Gaza genocide. We saw the genocide coming in the West Bank, and it ended up being, a reality. And that's what they lived through in Palestine, the West Bank, in all historic Palestine, in Gaza, Lebanon people, they see, what's happening in Gaza, happening to their towns in southern Lebanon. And honestly, I mean, people all over the world, us here, I mean, you see the monitoring they're doing on all of us, the systems, the AI, all these. I mean, the system is not like malfunctioning. The system is doing exactly what made to do. Like, why do you think the United States pays 40% of the budget of the UN? Why? Is it because they are charitable? No, because they always wanted the UN to be at their service. And it continues to do it. Do you know that the UN did not call it a genocide yet? This justice and Albanese, they are only saying the truth because they are independent bodies connected to the UN. They are not the UN itself. The political UN itself still is beholden to the funding that comes from the United States. They are scared to say the truth because they know the minute they say the truth, the funding will be completely stopped. They already cut most of it. But if they say the truth publicly, like Guterres and anyone, like him as the political arm of the UN, they will be punished too. So that's why they themselves are scared. But the independent bodies, independent experts, they are saying the truth. So that's.
I just want to say one thing. Dr. Tlaling, of course, I consider her one of us, Dagster. She's a doctor and she has been an amazing advocate too. So I don't want to omit Dr. Mofokeng.
They went after her too, yeah, from the beginning, because she spoke the truth.
Yeah.
She and Albanese, I think, at the same time. They went, yeah. But again, we have each other. We have to keep fighting, and we have to promise each other, promise our children that we have to put an end to this in our lifetime. In our lifetime. Maybe get inspired by the New York people, how they're gonna do it. We can do it together. But this justice honestly made it feel like he's one of us, and he's been going through the whole thing like each one of us. And I mean, his contribution is this is not their first report. They had a major report last year when they first called it a genocide. So I mean, we really. By the way, guys, we met these people in Geneva, Karam and me and Karam and Maisa and Adla, few months before their first genocide report, and at that time we went after them. Actually, we were not pleasant with them, guys. I mean, you are the experts, you know what's happening. This is a genocide. And I remember that guy told us, that expert told us, just give us 2 more months. And it seems they were working, they were collecting the evidence, and 2 months after that they came up with their first report, based on evidence that whatever is happening in Gaza did meet the threshold for genocide. And I think they have other reports after that. But this one about the children is very, very monumental, and it's very hard. Of course, Israel will say everything anti-Semitic, everything is one-sided, and all these things. But anyone who has a conscience, anyone who's objective, knows that this is very powerful. Dr. Ahmed is back. Fadl, Dr. Ahmed, we wanted to close the webinar for today. Give us your final comments and your final inspiration.
So I'm surprised. Is Karama in Nablus?
Yes.
أنا بالضفة. I'm in the West Bank.
Oh, I can I can feel about you. Could you visit Gaza?
يا ريت. I would love to.
أكلت كنافة نابلسية ولا لسه؟
لا. No.
You're still in Beit Lahem and Jerusalem, but when
I was in Nablus.
Oh, you were
Yeah.
in Nablus, yeah.
Yeah.
We're really happy that you are in West Bank. We hope that you will be there more and more, and inshallah we will meet you there, inshallah.
Yeah, one of the things that's very upsetting for me was that I'm so close to Gaza and we cannot even see each other. Wallah, I was thinking about that the whole time. And so close to Gaza, and what if we could be having dinner with Dr. Al-Farra? What if we could be, visiting all the people that we care about and love, like only 2 hours drive from where we are. It's very, very hard.
Just 1 hour from Gaza to Nablus. Just need 1 hour by a car, and from Gaza to Jordan just 2 hours, and from Gaza to Cairo just 4 hours. These
imagine
are
just imagining that in Gaza you cannot even go to a conference. You cannot go see your family in the West Bank. You cannot see your family in Egypt. Your family cannot visit you. It's just like, what the hell? How can they get away with it?
My mother is in Egypt since 2.5 years, and really, if anyone was in Egypt like what Dr. Nidal did and Dr. Karama, I asked all my friends to visit her in Egypt because I couldn't communicate with her just by WhatsApp or just by calling. This is unbelievable situation. You know that the prisoners who were in the West Bank and evacuated toward Gaza, the occupation forces not allow for their family to contact with them by phone. You can imagine. I have a lot of them from Nablus, from Al Khalil, from Jenin. They were released by the last ceasefire, and they were evacuated toward Gaza. Their families not allowed to contact with them by phone. If someone was catched by the occupational forces that he was contact with his family, he will be targeted, either him or either their family. This is the terrorist. This is the real terrorist. This is the what we have to mention and we have to talk about. But Karama, remember that you promised me that inshallah, if we meet as soon as possible, you will invite us to listen to something in Netherlands. You remember?
We want to go to Europe together, yes.
Yes, the musician Rio.
That's our plan.
Carmina Burana. You promised me.
Mm.
By the way, we
Inshallah.
discovered Europe is not a continent. Europe is not a continent. Europe is an extension of Asia, so it's Eurasia. The only reason they called it a continent is because they want the white people to have their own, but it is in direct connection with this. It's not a
Yes,
continent.
it's all the same plate.
And we learned this from who? I don't know who taught this. Who taught us before?
That was from the Brownlee family. Either
That
my
was
kid,
from the lawyer.
my kid had just told me that, like during a webinar, maybe, or maybe it was Ben. Somebody needed to teach me that right then and there in the moment, in the middle of a webinar a couple weeks ago. And then we had to tease Walter about it.
Yeah.
Walter
love,
has
of course.
Walter has been on antidepressants.
Europe is incontinent.
No. He lived all his life thinking he's so special, and now he has to live with
I immediately went to him and told him, hey, listen.
what antidepressant he takes now? Hey guys, yeah, we need this laugh. Keep strong, keep inspiring each other. Okay,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah,
One
look.
place, please.
I got a
By the way,
problem,
it's
you know,
hard to
Dr.
stay up
Nida.
for the webinar here. It's like almost midnight, and it's not easy. Dr. Ahmed
For me,
Nannan.
it will be great. That's my prime time. Go ahead, Dr. Triang. Yeah.
Dr. Nida,
Yeah.
I think I will die before all this ends, you know,
No,
because I'm so
we
old.
promise you it will happen while
Yeah,
you're
you are not Jesus
I know
Christ.
I always overpromise, but dream it, you can make it happen. We have to do it before in our
No,
life.
no. The Palestinians always tell me that if it doesn't happen in my lifetime, it will happen in my children's lifetime. And that has always been good enough for me. Voila.
The thing is, I don't think we have another generation. That's the urgency of it.
Oh,
There's
dear.
nothing to pass on at this stage, you know, with how it's accelerated. So if we, those of us who are living right now and who have some agency, don't stop it, there is nothing for our children to inherit.
Okay, so then we have the Gaza option. You know, we'll die standing, we'll not live on our knees.
Yes.
Dr.
That's better.
Suyang, let's all make a collective promise. We will end it in less than 1 year, one more year. All those criminals have 1 more year to go.
Okay,
We
that's
will
a
have a
deal.
better world. See, a deal. It's gonna be
Okay, that's a deal.
1,335 days. Let's make a promise. In
Yeah,
your
okay.
lifetime, in our lifetime, because as Mariam said, it's so urgent. And we're not talking about just the Zionists here. We're talking about the AI, Musk, all these people.
Yeah,
If
all
we
the
don't
mess
do
that
it, if we don't do it, it is so urgent. If we don't do it in a year or 1 year, not even 2. If we don't do it in a year, they will be so powerful.
there'll be
They
nothing
have
left.
so much power, so much control over us that it will never be done. It's over. So
Okay.
let's promise all of us, each other, we have maximum 1 more year to bring all this gigantic criminal system down, inshallah.
Okay, that's a deal. All right. We
يلا
end
good
on that
night.
happy note. Okay.
تصبحوا على خير. Good night.
Dr. Sui, Dr. Sui, you know that I will take you in the wheelchair if I need to.
Wow.
What did you say, Habib?
I said, Dr. Sui, it knows full well that if I need to push the wheelchair, then I will.
Inshallah.
Thank you, Habib. Yeah.
Yalla.
I try not to die.
تصبحوا على خير.
Promise, guys. تصبحوا على خير. 1 year maximum. We don't
1
have
year.
much time.
إن شاء الله.
1 year in
Inshallah.
Jerusalem.
Okay.
Next year in
Next year in
Jerusalem.